Hello and welcome back to Let Supreme Ghost Thief. Patriot Mission 9, Enemy, which in my opinion is the best in this campaign so far, and it's going to take some doing to surpass this one in the last two missions. For those of you that haven't watched all the videos for this campaign, I strongly recommend that you still go and play this mission alone. Just to play it. If you want to try to ghost it, that is a challenge, and I challenge you to do that as well. If you're here to stay though and watch, a quick recap on some of the last couple of missions. In Mission 7, Heretic, we found that Capellan, the leader of the mechanists, were located in a place called the Citadel. Okay, and we also freed Mater Scrench from the Mechanist Monastery. In Mission 8, Detective, our adoptive daughter Victoria was killed, and we trailed the murderer to find out who he was, and we also found out that Capellan was behind that assassination attempt, or the assassination that successfully was carried out. So in this mission now we are motivated, highly motivated personally, and also for other reasons, to find Capellan. So we are now going to find out the entrance to the Citadel, where that is, and also find a key to access that in the next couple of missions. So that's where we are story-wise. So we're going to load up the end of Detective and watch the briefing there.
Я с самого начала знал, что хранителям что-то от меня нужно. Не знал только, что их планы заходят настолько далеко. С моей помощью они планировали добраться до Capellana. Что ж, и в этот раз наши интересы совпали. Убежище лидера механистов – замок под названием Цитадель, расположенный глубоко под землей на территории Блэкбрука. Но существует не только обычный путь. Есть какой-то подземный ход или заброшенная шахта, которая ведет туда прямо из города. И это единственный путь туда, который, возможно, не охраняется. Узнать все про этот путь – моя главная задача на сегодняшнюю ночь. Хранители сообщили мне, что информацию можно раздобыть в дворце граф, правителя Блэкбрука. Я немного отвык от высшего общества. Пора наверстать упущенное.
Okay, so yes, we are then breaking into the Count's palace, and the Count is the governor of Blackbrook. So it's a manor mission, and everything takes place on the compound of the manor. So here's what we have to do. Find out where the city entrance to the underground tunnel leading to the Citadel is. The Count should have this information, and what one person has, another can always take. The entrance to this tunnel will certainly not be locked with a regular lock. Lockpicks won't help, so find the key right now. You won't want to feel stupid later when you get to the entrance. Violence against the owner and his guests inevitably causes investigation and possible disruption of all plans. So better not touch well-dressed people at all. At the same time, various accidents to servants and guards will be hushed up for sure. After completing all tasks, the main thing is to leave the Count's palace alive and unharmed. The key will not be of benefit to a dead hero. Alright, so we have to find information on where the Citadel entrance is. We have to find the key to that entrance, and we are not allowed to harm or hurt or kill noblemen or the Count himself. But servants and guards is fine. Now, of course, we ghost. We're going to try to Supreme Ghost, so this is not allowed for us to do anyway. And then we have to return to the beginning. Okay. So we have 1,590 to begin with. That's 1,000 plus 590 from the last mission. Notice that we have no rope arrow in our starting inventory. We do have one or two for sale, but Supreme prohibits us from being able to buy anything at the loadout screen. So that is actually going to be quite an issue for us. There is only one rope arrow available in the whole mission, and that we are going to need for Supreme. You don't need it for Ghost, but you do need it for Supreme. But we can't buy it. Now, we're not going to be able to... We can't buy anything here, but you don't need anything else besides a rope arrow. A healing potion would be good for a couple of different reasons, but we're going to get access to that in the mission as well. Now, this mission is extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. There are so many guards, and there are many stationary guards, and they really are the most difficult thing for any ghoster to deal with, especially Supreme. Many of those guards are placed close to doors, and when you open a door, especially in Thief 2, guards close to it will hear it and first alert, and that will bust Supreme. So we have to find ways around those guards, or around those using of those doors. This mission has so many unique moves and difficult sections that I have no clue how long this is going to take. And we have to use quite a few items for different reasons. And I am happy to announce that this mission can be ghosted. And get a load of this, it can even be Supreme ghosted. We have to skip quite a bit of loot, but we don't have to skip as much loot as I first thought for either mode. And some loot we have to skip for both regular Ghost and Supreme. So there's going to be a lot of explanation in this mission, and I'm going to try to sort of take you through my thought process when I was preparing to Ghost this mission. But it's, you know, inevitably I'm going to end up leaving some things out because I can't remember everything, or I can't think of it all during my playthrough, but I'll try. Okay, let's make a real save first. I have a couple of saves here that I'm going to refer to as we go through to show you everything. Let's see. So we start in the southwestern section. There are two maps of the first and the second floor. So we start outside. We start in the southwest yard right here. It's a very well-made map, and it clearly shows the areas around the map. So the first floor has the main entrance in the south. These are stairs down to the basement, which we cannot take. Plenty of guards around here. And the map overall is sort of split from north to south into two sections. The western area has a conservatory, which is a sort of an indoor garden. It has a foyer here that can take you up to the second floor. It has a hallway in the north with a gallery. This is the kitchen. And here we have a great hall. This is going to be inaccessible for us to begin with. These black dots here are elevators, lifts. There's one in the library. There's one in the great hall, and then there's one in the count apartments. This is going to be inaccessible and sealed off for us until quite a bit later in the mission. Then you have the servants' quarters. There's actually two floors. There's an upper and a lower level to the first floor in this section. So you can access quite a few more servants' quarter rooms that you can't see here. And you have a similar setup for the barracks, the guards' quarters. There are two levels to that as well. This is the main hall. There's a temple here, a Mechanist temple. And like I said, a library. There's a north entrance that we cannot use over here. And this section to the east is called the art wing, where you have a theater. There's a little bit of an underground and above ground section to this as well. And there is another gallery to the east in this area. That's about it. On the second floor, it's even more so divided into a west and an east section. Straight down if we go here. So there's actually no way of getting from the west to the east on this floor. There is on the first floor, but not here. And the east part is called the guest wing. There's a lot of guest rooms here and royal apartments. So these are going to be actually quite tough to get into. There is a ballroom and a hospital. And the Great Hall spans 2 floors. So that goes up here. And there's a game room in the north. Also elevators, though, of course, that can take you up and down. This area to the east here is very difficult. It's probably the toughest place in the mission is the 2nd floor on the east. And then you have a family wing. In the west, the foyer here is quite difficult, but all the other rooms are fairly easy to go through. But again, we cannot access the count apartments until quite a bit later. That's it. So there's no other maps right now. Now here you can see this is the way we got in.
Я еще не закончил свои дела.
And this is the way we're going to leave as well, but we have not finished our business yet. So on this side there's just a fence right now, so we can't go past that area, so we have to move this way. This is sort of an area where the wagon or transportation devices are found. Here's another parked wagon. And we can move here. Let's see. Here's a trio of guards that patrol together. And one of them has a broadhead arrow if you're looking for pickpockets. Difficult to see, but there are 2 guards outside the main entrance over there. So there's no way that we can pass in front of the main entrance. You can for Ghost. You can rush past, and I think only get first alerts, but that's not possible for us. There are 2 stationary archers here that also have arrows. And then there is a patrolling guard here. Now, you can sneak along the wall there, but you cannot do so without getting a first alert. Because when he gets to the end, he always turns right, and he will walk fairly close to the wall on the way back, and he will give a comment. I've never been able to even get close to passing him. I thought that you could maybe sneak over and pass him on the left, but you can't get over there fast enough, and since that stationary archer there has a side to you, he will see you if you move faster than just creeping. So that is not going to be useful. So that means that we cannot move any further east for Supreme, past this area here. So we are confined to this area to the west of the main entrance here. So we have to look at how can we get in this way. Okay, so one option, there's a camera over there. Here's a door. It's locked, but it's pickable.
Hello?
But there's a stationary guard right on the inside that stops that as an option for us. That is also not possible. So the only other way for us to get into the manor, at least for now, is this. This is a coal chute to a basement. There is a guard in here, but he doesn't first alert, luckily. He just does scripted maneuvers where he sort of brings coal from that window over here. So he doesn't say anything. Very fortunate. This is the only way into the basement, and we have to get into the basement. Timing. There's a stationary iron beast in the distance, and then there's one that makes a little loop, and then one that makes a long loop around. And then there's a patrolling mechanist right here. Another mechanist in here. We don't need to go this way, but...
For Karis' sake, is there someone there? The wind plays tricks on me today.
Up here are 2 moss arrows, actually. If you want to take that. And this, these staircases here. Let me show you that. Takes you up to the front doors, actually.
Who's there? Someone say something.
Front doors are open.
Hello?
There's no way you can get through this room, which is here, and head north, which is the only direction that we can go, without getting a first alert. Absolutely not. So we could go that way to the left, but we're going to head this direction. There is, now we're in the wine cellar, there is a guy here. Here's a moss arrow.
Well, there's no one.
So he sees you, he just doesn't say anything. Always. Here's 2 bottles of wine. Okay, so there comes that Iron Beast back. So we are working against his patrol, so we're gonna have to wait here. Took the loot. I think that's 2 moss arrows and 1 there. Or there are 2 moss arrows down here. There might be another corner where there's 1 in. Saw me there as well. Okay. Now this room here.
I have heard something.
Someone is there, then show thyself.
We have to get in here to get an important item.
Nothing then?
But that robot first alerts. So we have to find a way to get in there, and that guard that's in there comes out into the hallway. So he uses that door. We have to get an item there to complete the mission. There's no way around that. And for us to avoid getting a first alert to that robot, we can wait here conveniently. This is the bath area. We have to... There's another guard there too. He turns around now. That's convenient. So when he comes back, we might be able to follow him. This is the pool room. There is a guy behind here. You can't get in there. In the pool, there are 2 water arrows. In the side fountains, it's difficult to see them. One in that pot and one in one of these, I think. That's about it. And over here you have a restroom. And I think you have some showers here. We're going to see these in use later, actually. But nothing else. We do need to get in there. Not required for the mission, but to get loot it is. So yeah, now we have to wait for that guard to come back, or that worker, and go into that control room. And we can follow him there. And we might need to wait a loop or 2 to do this. There's a fuel can in another room beyond that engine room that we need. back here. This guy doesn't have that long of a patrol. So I'm hoping that it won't be an inconvenient time for us to go. We'll see. Comes here. We can, of course, we can use the door when he goes in or out. It doesn't matter. It's better when he goes in. It's definitely better. I think this is a bad time because that other guard's going to go back. Yep. It's actually pretty terrible. That is probably the worst timing it could possibly be here. So we'll have to wait. This is tedious to have to wait for this early in the run, but it is what it is. Here we go. That was actually pretty good timing. Now the other guard comes. So if we do that, we won't get spotted by this, or heard by this stationary robot. Now that door has to be left open, so we have to listen for alerts here. Some of the guards can see you through these engines. Here is a window into a different room. Very difficult to see anything in there, but we're going to get to that area later. Much later. So there's a door in the southeastern end of this room that we have to get to without taking any alerts here. So he sees us if we do that. So read this. Sir Andrew, the new turbines from the factory Black Brick robots that you recommended to us have too high a fuel quality requirement. In addition, they sometimes slow down, but they are devilish beautiful. We admire them, but we will have to start up old turbines for our work. Fortunately, we still have some. Among other things, the new turbines have a constructive flaw. Their rotating parts do not have noticeably protruding details, which makes it difficult to distinguish a running turbine from an idle one. Poor George has already lost the middle finger in his right hand, and now has to content himself with only using words when he talks about you and your turbines. Okay. Here. Not getting spotted. He doesn't hear that. There we go. Awesome. So in here, there's a huge fuel can that looks a lot smaller in our inventory. Nothing else in here. That's what we need. I hope he's not coming back now, because then we can't make it when he leaves. Yeah, he is coming back now. That sucks, because we have to wait another round then for him to come. We have to use him to close the door, right? We don't have to ever come back to this room, so we have to make sure we close the door. Creep walking right now. So yeah, now we just have to wait for him to come now. Maybe we can stand like this and then see him. Leaving is a little bit trickier than coming in.
I am thy servant, Paris. Command me, and I will obey.
What dragonfly flits about?
Okay, so this might work. I don't know.
I give thanks for my
I think that guard might be actually be coming back when he comes. We'll see.
I give thanks to Paris, for it is by his will alone that I see.
Come into the light so that I might see thee.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Maybe when he leaves, we might be able to do it. The timing of these were a lot better when I playtested, but that happens.
The forms most unholy.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to show you guys what's here.
What noise there? That's soft.
This is a pump room, locked and unpickable. Here is a set of double doors that doesn't open or fob or anything. Over here is a grate that shows into some kind of a ventilation shaft, almost looks like an elevator shaft. And here we have a couple of crates. Those are going to be important later on. We have another grate that we can fob. Okay. Oh. We should be able to jump up here. We can. Just going to show you this area. If you go here, there's a gas arrow. And you can see up another shaft where the grate isn't 100% placed on properly. You can't go up there. Go this way. You actually come out in the far north. You come out in the northwestern section. So you're actually, the grate is actually here on the count's apartments. So if you walk this way, you get to a big fence, stops your progress. Here are some windows that can't be fobbed into the basement. There's a little garden area. So let's just see where we're at here. So this is actually, there's a camera here. This is actually the entrance to the library here. There's a couple of guards in there. You can fool the camera, but you can't fool those guards to go in. And here, all you do now is go along the east side and you come back to the main entrance. So if I'd been able to pass this area, I could have gone in through the grate that we came out now. But there's no point in doing so.
Forge thou not the hammer, but be fortified with the builder's knowledge, and let then the higher things be wrought. Then shalt thou prosper.
We are going to move this way. Going this way, you can hide in these cubbies, which is kind of nice.
My view.
So there's another patroller.
Come into the light.
We have to go this way. We have to go to the kitchen right now, and there's a basement pantry. I think he comes and turns around. Oh, I'm not sure if we're actually safe here.
Speak if thou didst see.
I think we are, because he goes close to the... So this takes you into the room that supplies the coal.
Thou art darkly spawned, villain! Arm thyself and hither now!
There's a robot that isn't turned on properly here. But that's it.
Into position will be thy plate.
Or on this corner, you come back to the room where all the robots were. We're gonna head in here. Here's a cook. He has always been stationed there for me, and he doesn't say anything ever. So we can pretty safely go past him. There are some food items in here. Actually, in here is a gas arrow above the doorway. Quite useful if you don't ghost. And there's also some apples and carrots down here that we don't need to worry about. Here's one of the windows that we saw from the outside earlier, and here's an elevator up to the first floor kitchen. Let's make a real save. We have to go and get 3 pieces of loot from the kitchen right now. And then we can move on. So we can't do that. He will patrol around and he will definitely see us. There's one other cook that doesn't move in the kitchen. And then there's one guard outside and a third cook in an adjacent office. Let's see here. Okay.
Huh? Anybody?
He left quicker than I thought. Let's go a little bit quicker here. There. Good. Those double doors there are locked. Those double doors lead straight out to a guard. He will hear the door open, so there's no way to leave this room, actually. There's a door here and there's a door here. This is an office. And here's a spice bag. Don't think he hears that door, but let's double check. When he moves, then we can open it and see. This guy doesn't say anything ever. He most probably would have first alerted if he had first alerts, but he doesn't. Let's see. That's 125. Here. And we can go in here. And that should be another set of silverware in here, 225. That's all the loot in the kitchen here. There, the guy in the office has a side to us, so I don't want to go when he does that. Because he does give first alerts when he's actually patrolling. Here is a nobleman, I think, that occasionally comes in here. Okay. Getting first alerts is a confirmation that they're not first alerted already. Which is kind of a good confirmation to get. Didn't know he would see that. Let me just prove to you. These are locked and they're not pickable. Yeah, you can't even fob them when you try to pick them. And here,
What's there?
we have a guard right here. Now we could have used the nobleman to prop this door open, but there's no way to get past him afterwards without a first alert. So that means we are sort of landlocked, if you will, in the basement. So that means we have to find a different way into the manor besides the basement. For Supreme, we are now stuck in a way. We have to go up here to get loot, but that's about it. tell if he saw me there, but we can do this. Oh, yeah. There we go. That's good. We're going to send this back up. They don't hear elevators, luckily. That would be our downfall in this mission for sure. Okay.
Auditory indications have determined.
I'm just looking to see if the coast is clear here.
Peace of the builder is word victor. His grace is blessed soul.
Let's see. I don't know if we're safe here. Because he comes pretty close to this area.
What shadow passed my view? All is quiet.
Maybe we can stay there then.
If someone is there, then
I think we're safe here.
till he that is callous did raise us up against them, that we, one and next, did raise us up to.
Now we have to just leave again through the coal chute up here. He will alert if we touch him, so he won't do that. Wait. Well, maybe I shouldn't open that when the bot is standing there. I don't think that's very smart.
I am clear of form and pure of spirit. I will inherit the earth.
While we wait. There we go, let's see. He doesn't hear that good. The bot, I mean. Sometimes the camera sees you when you go out of the... Not always, but sometimes. I think we have to go pretty close to them. The door itself. Alright. So, the only other way that we can get into the manor, seemingly now, is through this vine. You can climb up here. Not getting a first alert.
I don't think it's true at all what they said.
Oops. I can probably go a little faster here, actually. There we go. Up here. Here's a goblet, by the way. So we're now on the second floor balcony. This is an auto map, by the way, which is very nice. So we're now here, and we can see that there's a door here. But boom, it's locked, and it's not pickable. So what do we do then? Well, there is another way to navigate the manor, which is maybe not intended, but it's there. I'm going to show you this. Here, there are tiny ledges around the entire manor. So if you go along those, you can sort of circumvent some areas. Now here, you get to a roof that is too slippery to actually pass up. You can't go past here. You end up falling down.
Who's there? Get out here where I can see you.
And you alert them. Well,
Guess it was nothing. Come out and fight me! Coward! Face me like a man! What?
yeah, I haven't been able to get around that without falling down or taking first loads from those guards underneath. And that's a metal roof. But what if we head the other way? Because there's ledges like that around most of the manor. It's kind of difficult to use them, but we can. Here. Let's make a real save here. If we do that, and stand up and sort of... You've got to stand and run towards the wall. If you do that, let's go over here. Difficult to round the corners, but you can do that too. Here. Let's go this direction and see where that takes us. So now we're going west. So now we're right above the starting point, actually. Let's go here. Now we're going to come to the fence that I said blocked passage. You can see it right down there. Now we can get over that fence and... Here we have a window that is probable and it's unlocked. Now open the furthest one. You actually have to jump a little bit here because this vine here is climbable, so it acts as a ladder. So the only way to open the other one is to mantle up on the first one. So this is actually the entrance to sort of a hidden sealed area, and we'll visit that a little bit later. It's a very interesting location. But now we have a way into the manor, which is super cool, I think. So we're now in the family wing on the second floor. We're actually right above the foyer, right here. Here's an archer with broadhead arrows. So I got a first alert there, I know.
I can't get a simple mug of coffee.
There are two stationary guards downstairs and then this patrolling guard.
Someone there?
I tried to sneak over here into the conservatory, but there's no way without getting a first alert from this guard right here. You have to go super slow, and that guard or this patroller will catch you.
Probably just the wind.
And you also cannot get the pickpocket there, at least not for Supreme, maybe for Ghost, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
So we're sort of stuck here as well. Now here, this is a door that is pickable, and it relocks with another key that we're going to get later, but we can't progress here. There's other doors that are locked and not pickable. These doors here are locked and not pickable. here's a door that is locked and pickable and can be relocked. Leads into a ballet room. So that is a possibility. I don't want to make those noises on the floor here. But this is a better door to use. It takes us into this room here, close to an elevator. It's going to be useful. So that we're going to pick. So that door can be relocked, so we have to get the key for it. But that key we need anyway. But then we have to make sure that we remember to relock this door. So this is sort of the family wing tune that I really like. So this is a dark room. There is a plate up here. So now as it happens, I think this is actually going to be the only lockpick in the entire mission that we're going to need to do. I think so. So we're going to get back to the rest of this floor a little bit later. We need a set of keys called the Valet's keys. It's a keychain that opens a variety of doors around the mission. 100% necessary for Supreme for this mission here. So these are probable doors to the elevator. And there are 3 levels. So what's a little bit frustrating is that most of the elevators in this mission do not have a call to the floor you're on button. It only has buttons to the other floors. So this is actually the middle floor where the elevator is now, and then there is a first floor as well. So let's drop down there. If we open these doors, we come out to the foyer. On the second floor, underneath this, I showed you this area right below. We don't need to go there. Instead, what we need to do is to bring it all the way down. So we can get to the conservatory. Now we're going to raise this up later. We're going to use this elevator quite a few times. Okay. Now in the conservatory, there are some moss arrows.
Seeing things.
Here. There's also a water arrow here.
Did that shadow move?
Also a moss arrow here. Here's a storage room where there's a water arrow in a pitcher. That's about it. There's no loot down here. So where we need to go is east. We need to get to the middle area, the middle hub of the mission, to access the other floors. And that is out to this hallway. We obviously can't go through the foyer. So here's the door for that. Problem is that there's a guard out here. And there's no way,
All right.
because of that lamp, there's no way to get out there. And that's actually the same guard that alerted to us picking the door from the balcony earlier. Luckily, and this I didn't find actually until my ghost run. I never found this on my first playthrough. There's a hidden door here. Very, very useful. Crucial for us, actually. That we can take. Takes us up behind the staircase. Where that guard is found. Now we can't sneak past him on this floor. But we can use the second floor to do so.
Just because I've been here only a few months.
So now we're in the servant section. We're on the upper level of the servant's floor. So now we can
just get away with pushing me around.
search some of these rooms here.
Someday I'll get what they serve.
Let's see. This is just an empty room.
God, I'm bored. 8 hours of this. I'll be home.
There is a patroller, a servant up ahead here. Let's go into this room. Here is a sleeping guy with a readable. The senior scribe swore at you again. Why did you take the key away? I would like to know where you hid it. Beware. Beware, he's furious. Okay. Once you read that, the scribe's key becomes probable in the wardrobe here. We're not gonna take that, but I wanted to show you anyway. There's also should be another readable here. Okay, there should be. Thought there was a crumpled piece of paper somewhere. Maybe I'm mistaken. I can't remember. Maybe it was in the other bedroom then. Let's see, maybe it wasn't here. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Do not worry so much about the result. The Major just says what he would say in a similar situation, but he does not speak the whole truth. I learned from Simon that there's also a backup option for eliminating the Count. Wow. The Major may have an ace up his sleeve, a high-class professional whom he hopes to recruit in the near future. So even if our mission fails, we might still have a chance to stay alive. Of course, only if we do everything possible and more. If we miss something, he will know and keep his promise. Charlie. So it seems like there is some plans here to eliminate the Count, which we haven't seen yet. I thought there was another. Here we go. Another scroll here underneath the wardrobe. Angie, I heard that the whole eastern wing of the palace is riddled with a network of secret passages. The Count loves to spy on his guests or something like that. Although this is not the right place exactly, but it could still come in handy, for example, for an escape maneuver. I examined the library and I think I found something there, but I could not get through it yet. Too many curious people around. Servants talk about some passages starting inside others, just like wormholes. Some passages are equipped with elevators so that the owner can move between the floors, which means that sooner or later he will need my services. If I have time, I'll try to investigate the entire system, or at least part of it. I have enough patience to spare. Charlie. So Charlie seems to be a mechanic or that work on elevators, at least. Interesting. Alright, then we have those. We do not need the scribe's key. Here's that servant. He goes between that bedroom and this room here. This might be an empty room. Here's an old school sewing machine. It's fantastic. Here is a sleeping servant. Nothing in this room either. Here's a stack of silver coins that we definitely need. Nothing else. And this is just the restroom, I think. Yes. And the room that he came out of. Take a stack of gold coins, total 280. And we're going to head into that room that he comes from. Here there are 2 plates, nothing else. Now, we still haven't dealt with the problem of actually getting downstairs and getting to the eastern section, because you can't go down from this floor except for through this room here. This is a washroom, and that actually spans both floors. You can drop down here. There is a woman that washes, but she doesn't give any first alerts. Can't do that still. She will full alert to you. I didn't take these now. There is a water arrow in the tub she's using to wash clothes with over there. We can now go out through this door, and now we have gone around this guard. Fantastic. That's just the servant upstairs. So now we're on the east side of the foyer. So now we have circumvented a huge part of the mission that can be very troublesome, especially for Supreme. Let's head in here. Okay, so in here, this is a workshop. Just some tools here. There's a couple of readables. Jake, the door to the hospital needs fixing, urgently. The doctor forgot the key was in the lock on the inside and slammed the door shut when he left. He should have used his head. But you're a carpenter, so I'm sure you can take care of the door as soon as possible with the valet. Okay. In here, there's nothing this crate isn't possible to pick up. But we do have another note here. Jake, check out our glowing window in the theater, urgently. So that's a note to Jake, and that sticks to our inventory. Notice that. We don't need it, but that's good information. So back out here. So, the valet's keys we need next. This is the valet's room. And there is a guard and a camera right outside the count's apartment, so there's no way that we can get in through the valet's main entrance. This hallway here is outside the kitchen. That's where the guard is stationed and looking west. So we can't go down that hallway at all. But there is a very convenient secret system right here we can access from this hallway. Actually connect 3 points in the mission. So that's actually our first secret. We can get all but one secret for Supreme. There. Close this one. Here's some cameras around. Let's go this way first. So now we get into the valet's area. Here's a couple of flares. I don't think that this is readable. Nope. So you can hear this a pickable door? No, it's not. But here are the valet's keys. We have to return those, but they're super important. Seems like they got 3 different keys on it.
What's that? Stand forth over there! Hey!
That was not intended. So let me do this then. This is the entrance to the Count's apartments, but notice that there's a gate that is not probable, and there's a door behind it. And there's a guard outside, and there's a camera. You can switch on the camera like this.
Thought I saw something.
So this is a big problem. So I'll explain
Must
this
have
more
been
later
rats.
on. But we have to get to the Count's apartments. One way at least. So now we have the valet's keys. There's also a well-hidden purse in here. Total 400. That's all there is in the valet's quarters. Close this up. Let's see. We're also going to go out here. This takes you to the gallery. There are 2 smaller galleries here, and there are cameras in either gallery. You can see it here, and there's a patroller. Let's wait for him to leave. There's a switch for the cameras.
Is someone there?
Here.
Oh, well.
No, that closes this. The switch is the sword. From the sword to turn off the cameras, and if you want to access this secret from this side, you flip this switch here. It be not peace I bring unto thee, but the sword. Now, of course, we can't turn off the cameras for Supreme. That's not allowed. So let's see. Bounces back there. What's fortunate is that we can go out here. And there's the guard that I talked about in the distance. There are 4 pieces of loot in the eastern gallery section. None in the west. You can also hear some guards outside here. I'm not sure if they can see me through the glass there. I'm 100% actually on that.
Stand forth and be recognized.
Okay, this might work now. When you reload, sometimes the camera shifts.
What was that noise?
Okay.
What's that?
We might just need to wait for this guard to completely leave. So we got 2 masks, a crown, and a necklace there. Total 710. So this will take you down to the main entrance for the valet's room. Oh, come on. Didn't save it either there. I don't like to save it when I'm out in the open like that, but I could have totally saved it because there's nobody that can catch you. Okay, now we're safe. 710. There we go. Excellent. Then we can head out into the main hall. This then takes us east. So now we finally access sort of the main hub where you can get to different areas. The main location that we need to get to now is the library, because there's a secret in there that will take you to multiple other places in the mission. Very, very good to use that to get around. Let's make a real save. So we're in what's called the hall right now. There's nobody that goes through here, except for a nobleman occasionally. Those are the guards by the front door. We tried to get up there earlier. Here's a door that takes us into the barracks section, actually. The only place you can go here is this door. Block his view. There's no loot in here, but there is a flash bomb. That's about it. And the door to the right, take you out to the outside balcony on the first floor that you can't see in the map, but we obviously saw it on the west side. It's equal on the right. So these rooms here are on the upper level of the barracks, which we're going to visit from a different direction. So this is as far as we can go here. Let's see. This is the temple. We're not going to go... There's the nobleman.
Who's that?
we're not going to go into the temple right now because we need an item to get all the loot in there. They hear me if I, or see me if I go too fast here. Take this. It's worth 100, total 810. Here we should be safe. Right here. So we can wait for him to pass. Yeah, so that's the temple. We'll hit that later. That's the hallway that takes you down to the kitchen entrance, right, where there's a guard. There's nothing else in this area, so that's a no-no for us. These are the double doors to the Great Hall. Those are locked and unpickable right now. They'll open up later, but we have to trigger a cutscene first. So that archer there has arrows, if you're looking for pickpockets. He is the main reason why we can't go up the stairs in this east foyer section. So we are blocked getting upstairs, at least up these to this area. So we have two options now. We can either go into the art wing by going on the south side of the stairs, or we can go on the north side and go into the library. The secret passageway that I talked about in the library can access the art wing, so it makes most sense for us to go into the library because we can also access other areas from the same secret. And we're going to talk about something that will sort of guide our progress going forward, especially for Supreme. Real save it there. Okay, there is, in the library, there's two levels. There's one patroller and one other stationary guard. Those are both on the lowest level. I think he's coming past me right now, so that fits pretty nicely. Here's a pair of glasses. And then here is a readable. Dear Mr. Librarian, could you send a petition to His Excellency to return Appendix B to the Hidden Passages and Dungeons? So that is a title of a book. So there's an appendix that's been taken out of that book that is going to be important a little bit later. We have not seen it since he took it to his private office in the tower 3 months ago, and the text is now required to complete the work on the copy. I will not take it upon myself to restore it from memory. Senior Scribe. So this is the scribe's petition. I'm trying to drop this right now, and this is stuck to our inventory, which means that it's a very important readable. And that Appendix B we will need to get a little bit later. However, this brings me to a part of the discussion here. Because we have to trigger the appearance of the Count and the Baron, who is actually visiting, and they will appear in the hall out here. And that depends on us doing 2 out of 3 possible things. One of those things is taking the scribe's petition. The second thing we can do is reading the book, Hidden Passages and Dungeons, isn't that what it said? In the head scribe's office, which is on the upper floor of the library. Reading that book will check off this objective right here, I believe. It is required for our objective. And the third thing that you can do is get the key to the tunnel door. So since those 2 items are already our objective to take, so we have to take those 2, and this scribe's petition is just another option that you can take So you could, for example, trigger the Count and the Baron by taking the scribe's petition and reading the book in the library. But since we don't need to take the scribe's petition, because we have to do these two anyway, and those two will trigger the Count, and we have to trigger the Count and the Baron's appearance to progress in the mission, then I am going to skip the scribe's petition. Because that, to me, since I know that, that looks a little bit like an unnecessary pickup here. So I'm not going to take that. Taking that also does something else that I will talk about a little bit later. I want to jump up here. That is possible to do. I could take the lift, but it's difficult to make this jump. Okay, I'm not sure why I'm not jumping here, because there's nothing blocking me. There. Because under here, there is a little switch. Opens this secret. And here's a piece of loot. Little quill pen. And there's also an invisibility potion here. Very useful if you don't ghost, or it's even possible to use for ghosting. Let's wait for that guard to go by again. So yeah, if my explanation there was a little bit vague, the three things that I mentioned, the scribe's petition, the book in the head scribe office, and getting the Citadel key, if you do 2 out of those 3 things, doesn't matter which 2, then you will trigger the Count and the Baron's appearance. So since we're going to do 2 of them anyway for objectives, then there's no point in me taking the scribe's petition to trigger that, because that is stuck to my inventory, and that sort of is a unnecessary pickup then. So yeah, I want to jump over here. You can take the elevator, but
The settlings did
so that's on the bottom level, so we can leave it there.
There's
There's a guard, stationary guard underneath here.
Till he that is Caris did raise up against them.
Right
that
under
we,
here.
One and next did raise us up to.
Let's see. There's a piece of loot down here too. You can't go along the bottom floor because that stationary guard will see you. Let's wait for him to come back. Yeah, I think that's best. Here's another secret. That's the one I was talking about earlier. That's the door to the scribe's office. I'm not going to go in there right now, because then we would trigger the Count and the Baron's appearance as soon as we take the tunnel door key. And I want to control when they occur, or when they appear. They will appear in the hall right here, which will block our path through this area, actually. That's not good. Take that, 960. And we have to get back upstairs. So he is right there. You can maybe see him. He won't see you if you... He hears that if you make a clang, but... Okay. This is the scribe's department, and here's a readable. In the name of St. Caris, Capellan, His Excellency, and blah blah blah, these damn metal creatures, where is the key, Silas? If you take it with you once more, I will come to your kennel and smother you with a pillow while you sleep. So write this on your forehead with your beautiful feminine handwriting. The senior scribe will come for you, and remember this every time you go to bed. or one morning you'll wake up in the closed coffin. So we already found the scribe's key, right? It was in the wardrobe. I didn't take it because the valet's keys also opens this door. So we definitely need the valet's keys, but we don't need the scribe's key. That's why I skipped it. Okay. So we have to get back over here now. Without him spotting us. If we walk along the ground here, he will spot us. If you do that, you won't get spotted. So if you walk along the normal walkway, he will give a first alert. So we'll get back to this door later, so that we can control when the Count and the Baron will appear. Let's flip this. Here we go. So that is the third secret. Now I didn't tell you guys, but that door over there, that is pickable. And that takes us out to the garden entrance that I showed you when I was outside in the north area. There was a camera outside that door. And there's a switch right on the inside by the door that turns off the camera. But there are 2 stationary guards right outside, and they will hear the picking of the door, and they will also catch you when you go outside. So that's absolutely no chance for Supreme to do that. Plus, you have to turn off the camera, so... Well, technically you don't. But you can. Okay. So now we're here. Notice that the elevator is on... this is level 1. There's 0, which is the basement, and then there's 2 and 3. There's 4 levels in total. We're going to close this one right now.
That we, one and next, raise us up.
There. We're going to take this to 2. And then I'm going to send this back right away to 1. So that it's where it was when we started. Okay. So let's see where this takes us. So this actually takes us to the staircase, which takes us up to the top level, so you don't need to ride the elevator up to the top. But here we have something interesting. First we have a little peephole here. Okay. And we have another very, very clever secret that took a long time for me to find. This one right here, it's a secret within a secret. So that is the 4th secret, and that opens a door back here, right by the elevator. And this takes us east, and actually brings us into the royal apartments. And this is the only way to get into the royal apartments. There are 2 entrance doors right here and right here, but they're not possible to open from the outside. And there's a stationary guard right in front of them. So the only possible way to get into the royal apartments is in a secret within a secret. Now, it's not necessary to go in there to complete the objectives, but anyway. Here's a purse, 1060. And there is a book in the bookcase. Equipment Modernization Project, developed by the Military Intelligence Department, Executor M. Scrench. Scouting Orb can transmit data not only to the user, but also directly to the center, inconspicuously. Among other things, this will help solve the problem of equipment theft. Mini Camera, noiseless and inconspicuous, installed in unexpected places, can transmit messages to the center without raising an alarm. The center makes decisions by itself, much cheaper than an independent camera with intellect. Alrighty. Out here. Here's a plate. Here's a plate. Total 1160. Also an apple in here. Interesting photo. So this is then a door to the outside of the royal apartments. Now, I have not found a way to open this door. The other door there is a secret button to, but I have scoured this room and I've not found a door or a button for it. So please let me know if you can go into DrawMed and figure out if there's a way to open this door. It doesn't count as a secret because I found all the secrets, but there might be. So here's a bedroom. Bathroom without anything interesting. Another bedroom here. These are not readable. Here's a bottle of wine. Total 1210. And here's an office. So here's the other door out. But this there's a switch for. Right there. And he doesn't hear that. I don't know if he heard it, he just didn't say anything, so I'm gonna reload there. But that's the way to... So since there's a switch for that door, I figured there would be one for the other door too. But this switch doesn't open both, I've checked that. Okay, that's it. In the royal apartment, so we're gonna head out here. Close it back up, and then we're gonna head upstairs. So now we're in the attic. And we're in the northeastern part of the attic. So we're above the original library here. In the ceiling, you can see there's a moss arrow hanging there. There's 5 moss arrows in total. I'm not going to show you all those, but most of them are very close to the top part of the beam. So you can use a rope arrow, but we don't have one yet. So get that if you want to. So let's see. In here. Here's a drill bit. That counts as a secret. Secret number 5. It's worth 100, total 1310. You can see various things here. Let me see. So that's where the elevator would take you. It's out here. If you go around this area. This is a wardrobe with boards behind it. You can actually break those boards. I'm not sure if it's possible to break from this side, but from the other side it is possible. You can't sneak past the wardrobe with a rope arrow. So here's another elevator down. So that's in the south. We're going to take that, but first we need the only rope arrow available in the mission, which is right there. So that we do need for Supreme, for 2 things. 2 specific reasons we need that. Okay. So there's nothing else of interest. There's some windows that can see outside. Broken ladder, or ladder that's just sitting here. But other than that, there's nothing else we can do. Let's see. Now here is an elevator, and you can see it has 2 buttons, which means there are 3 levels, because the 3rd level button is not on the top level. So you can get down here without using a rope. But since I have a rope now, I'm going to use it. Let's do that. So this one, notice, is on level 2. So we got to make sure that we put it to level 2 once we are done here. I'm going to head up just to get the rope. Okay, so now we're in a different secret that actually is in the south. Right down here. So the attic is split into 2. We are now only in the eastern section of the attic. The western section will be available a little bit later. So here, there's actually an exit from this passageway that counts as another secret because you can access it from the other side too. So that is the 6th secret. Here. And that takes us out to this room on the 2nd floor. And the other switch for that is back here, behind the drapes. So let's close that up right now. The only exit from this room is this door here, which is pickable, but also unlocks with the valet's keys. Okay. This door here just opens.
Not again.
It takes you out to the 2nd floor balcony.
Oh well.
You can fairly easily evade this guy.
I've had enough of you. Heads are gonna roll
But
now.
the other door triggers a first alert.
I hate creepy noises.
There. Which is just south of the main staircase in the east foyer. On the 2nd floor. So that means that this balcony here and using that to get to the rest of this floor is not possible for Supreme because that stationary guard will never move. He will never leave. So that blocks really any use of this balcony whatsoever. So this way we can go though. Let's see here. I thought there was a piece of loot here. Is it in here? Yeah, there it is. There's a mask in here, very well hidden. Okay. So if we head in here, we've now moved a little bit northeast. And from this room, there's only one door. And that door
I hate creepy noises.
also triggers a first alert from this guard right here. Which means, essentially, that this whole section here is blocked off by 2 stationary guards, or actually 3, because the archer in the main staircase as well. So that for a long time I thought would mean that all of this is inaccessible for Supreme. However, there is actually a way to access all of these rooms here marked 16. And that actually can yield quite a bit of extra loot. So that we are going to do. Let me show you first. Here we go. So in order for Ghost to get through here and into this room, you have to douse that torch or take the first alert and simply go this way. So let me show you this room first. So this is a very interesting part of the story here. Because this is one of the guest apartments. Okay. And here's a bed, nothing else. And in here, we have a dining room. Here we have a bathroom with a healing potion. Seemingly nothing else of interest in here. But there is. There is something very interesting in this room, and it actually ties in with a storyline that goes all the way back to Mission 3, to be honest with you. There's a readable about a Lady Fauls that I read in the archive in Mission 3 Spy. And I want to reread that readable for you right now. So that you can understand. I'll also timestamp to the video and the part where I read it so you can see where I found it. Because you need to have read that readable to access a bonus objective in this mission. We can't get that bonus objective for Supreme. You can get it for Ghost, but we can't for Supreme, so I'm not going to bother with that. But there are other items in this room that I'm going to need to access loot. So I'm going to read that for you guys right now. Let's see. It reads, Case of the disappearance of Lady Fauls, closed. At the end of August, according to witness testimonies, Lady Fauls was invited to the Count's palace. She left her home at the appointed hour, but never returned. Nobody has seen her since then. His Excellency, the Count of Blackbrook, was questioned with all inherent delicacy. The Count gave his assurance that Lady Fauls did not arrive at his palace, which did not surprise him because the meeting was arranged in order to settle their old and well-known political differences. His Excellency concluded that Lady Fauls just changed her mind. Her heirs attempted to track down her valuable ruby ring embossed with a gold letter F on the stone, but haven't found any trace either at home or along the likely route. The investigation was terminated due to insufficient evidence. So that gives you a little backstory on Lady Fauls. So this is actually her guest apartment that she stayed at. Now, how do I know that? Well, there's two main reasons. First, let me show you something. First, if we go back to the secret here. There's something else in this hallway. If we go here, you can see that there is a hole in the wall. Now it's blocked by something. But down here is a huge contraption. There's also a peephole on the other side. Now if we pull that, let's go back to her room now. That activated a bed trap that flips the bed sideways and is a trapdoor basically. Whoever's in the bed will fall down to most likely their death. Sadistic bed trap. But that doesn't prove that Lady Fauls was killed. It just proves that there's some sadists living here. So let's see if we can access that trap from underneath. Okay, now I actually just made a little mistake here. Yeah, I saved it. Okay. Well, let me skip past so we can go back to that area real quick. There, I just replayed to the exact same spot. So that's my bad. I should never have saved in there. It was just a bad habit. Okay, so now let's go back to the secret and let's go down to the bottom floor. Here. Oh, yeah, we got to make sure that we open that. Pretty dark down here, but this takes us down to the bottom level. So let's go around down here. So here you can see this is a spike trap. So whoever falls down will get pierced, obviously, and killed. One of the most horrific traps I've ever seen in Thief, I think. And there's blood, of course, here as well from victims, but that doesn't prove that Fauls was killed. However, if we look here, this is Fauls' ring. It says it has a big F on it. So that doesn't count as loot, but that is one of the two items that you need to complete a bonus objective if you have read the case of Lady Fauls in Mission 3. If you haven't read that, sorry, you won't get that objective. But I can't get it anyway, so it's not a big deal for me. So this ring I am not going to take, but I will show you how to complete that objective totally. However, I want to get into her bedroom. Without then, of course, taking a bust from this guard out here. So how do we do that? Well, although there's no loot in there, there's actually a key in there that can access loot elsewhere. So that I'm going to take. So now the bed is out of the way. We can actually get up there with some sneaky maneuvers. This might take a little while to try. This just turns on the floodlights, so we don't need that. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get up here and be able to move around on the railing. There we go. Now we have that. Then I'm going to try to get up on the floodlight here. It's a little bit difficult as well, but you can. You can't mantle up it. Okay, that was almost, I almost had it there. You've got to get down to the ledge on the outside there. There we go. Now we're on the floodlight. On the other side here, there's a ledge. You can't rope arrow up any of these, even though it looks like it's wood, but there is a ledge there. And we are going to have to try to jump up there and mantle up. You can do that. That might take a couple of tries. That was pretty close. It is possible to do. There we go. I waited a little bit before I made the jump. Sometimes you think that you have to make the jump immediately, but the clipping border of the floodlight actually extends out quite a bit. So you can mantle up here. So now we're underneath the bed. Now you can't place a rope into the bed, even though it's wood. It does seem to attach, but there's no rope hanging down. And all the sides are metal. So how on earth are we going to be able to get up here? Well, I thought for a little bit about making a stack. There's a couple of potions available in the mission and 2 crates that we saw in the basement. But a much better way, which still might take a few tries, is to use a rope arrow. Because if you shoot it straight up and then on its way down, it hits the floor. The floor in her room is wooden. I don't know if you saw that when you were in there or when we were up there earlier. So that I'm going to do. So that is quite... I haven't used that method more than a couple of times before. There, you heard the rope attached to wood. I saved it, real saved it here. So that's what we're going to have to do. This might take a few tries. Okay, we're getting closer. There we go. That wasn't too difficult at all. That should work. There we go. Nice. There wasn't much in that. That's how you do it. That was... yeah, that's quite... Can we get back onto it? Yeah, we can. Good. That's what we need to do. So that's the way to get up into her room without needing to deal with that guard ever. So now we can explore her rooms a little bit more. First, I'm going to take this healing potion. I need that to make a little stack, and not too long. And then back here, there is a hidden letter. This letter is a kind of insurance in case something happens to me. The Count is smiling, but I do not trust his smile. I feel like he's up to something. Of course, I'm a guest here, not a prisoner. But the circumstances are such that I cannot just leave, although it seems this is exactly what I should do right now. Our differences were never resolved, and the Count diligently shirks a serious conversation as if he is waiting for something. The servants treat me well, and from time to time I catch their sympathetic views. One of them even slipped me the key to the attic, in case I suddenly have to hide. The entrance is located in the family wing, which has been locked since the Countess's death, although the elevator is still running. So it would be quite safe place for a while. My problem is that while there is no obvious danger, I do not need to save myself, but waiting till our business is concluded may be too late. I hope that nothing untoward happens. Lady Fauls. So that actually also gives us the attic key, which was apparently hidden inside of this letter. So the attic key will give us access to the western part of the attic from the family wing. I think it's from this room right here. And there are 2 pieces of loot in there, worth 100 total, that I want. So that's why I came up here and why I spent some time trying to figure out how to do this. We have to return the attic key. We're also going to use Lady Fauls' letter along with her healing potion. Those 2 items to make a little stack. So we have to return both the scroll and the healing potion and her attic key a little bit later. Now we have what we need here. So now we need to get back down. Now I need this rope arrow. So to return it, we have to make that shot again. Let's see. Can't do that. Okay, so there. You can jump and then grab the rope, because we need that for something else before we are going to come back here. And then we have to jump back down. Damage there, did we? No, we didn't. Alrighty, let's see, what are we doing now? So, we're going to use this elevator later. So we'll return it to the right level, which was level 2 at that point. There's actually another secret here. This one. So this is secret within a secret again. That opens a wall panel that cannot be closed from the other side. We're going to actually leave this open right now. We'll turn it or close it much, much later. So we're going to go this direction now. So where are we now? Well, seems like we're headed north. Here we're going to go up a little bit later. I'm just going to show you the other areas first. First we have this one. That takes you into a prison. Right here. There. And then there is a gate right here, and a lock that doesn't frob. And it's not just because we're on this side. This doesn't frob at all. We're actually under the palace guard's office right now. Now, I don't think that this gate ever opens. But that's another thing that I need help from you guys. If this gate opens, it means we can access some more loot. And if there's any way to trigger this to open, please let me know. But I've never seen this open. I've never found this lock frobbable or pickable or anything like that. We have to come from this side, though. You can't go from the other side. Here's a torture device, and there's a moss arrow that you can see lights up right now. And then there is a crumpled piece of paper in the wastebasket. There's strange activity in the area of the tower elevator. Charlie, a newly hired elevator mechanic, is busy with activities which only very slightly look like repairs, while he, for some reason, constantly needs the services of a carpenter. There are concerns that these two may be hatching a plot against His Excellency. I'll keep my eyes open as you recommended. My new status of senior mechanic gives some advantages. So that doesn't tell us very much, but We already established Charlie as a mechanic. Let's close this one up here. And then let's move on. No, the other way, sorry. This way. So this is another wall panel that does open. That doesn't count as a secret when you come from this side, because we already counted it going from the tortured area. But if you come from this side, then it's this book right here. Let's see. So we have 8 secrets now. Yeah, because finding the letter in Lady Fauls' room was a secret as well. Here's a readable. I hasten to inform you that Capellan has suddenly changed his plans. The all-out attack of the Blackbrook army will be carried out in 3 days, simultaneously in all directions, and Capellan himself is going to lead it. The decision is risky and contravenes, the font is a little bit off, I'm not used to reading cursive as much, contravenes the initial moderate tactics of parallel point attacks at the sea. The reason that prompted Capellan to such a radical change in position is unknown to me, but mysteriously coincided with the capture of Major Scrench. Probably Capellan managed to extend some very important information from him, and he does not intend to share it with you. Interesting. Now if you go this way, you come to the elevator in the library. So this is where it'll take you if you go to the bottom level. So that'll just go back up to the other levels now. So that closes the loop, if you will. So we are going to head back this way. So cool with all these passages. It's just opens up the opportunities, especially for Supreme. We're going to head up this way. And this actually takes us to the prompter's booth underneath the theater, underneath the stage of the theater. And I have also not found a way to close or open this from this side. So that's a third thing, that if anyone can go into DrawMed and look and see if this panel here opens by other than this switch from this side, please let me know. But I don't think so. And we need this to stay open so we can go back here later. That way we don't have to go into the library and use that secret. We can just enter here, which is a lot more convenient. So we'll close that later on. There's a lot of things to remember to close up. But anyway. Okay, so in here is just some papers and whatnot. And up here is a pair of coins. 1355, sorry. Now we're going to watch something. Okay.
Надо бы разобраться, в какие игры тут играют.
It would be good to know what games are being played here. Yes, indeed. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but that guy had a destruction bracelet on. So he is actually one of several saboteurs that are in the building right now. We'll hear more about them later and see them too. So it seems like he placed something or did something with the stage right there. And the note to Jake that we read earlier also said to check out the lights on the stage. So let's go up here. Alright, so now we have come out in the hallway south of the stage. Let's explore a little bit around here. So here's a changing room and a book. Just a Ghost, a true story about dark fate of Inga Robton? Prologue. She was the 1000th visitor of the Black place. Mysterious. Cool. Okay. Alrighty. If we go down here, come to a room without any kind of exit or anything. Here we have 2 guards. This is an archer with broadheads. And then there's another guard in the distance here. We're now on the lower level of the barracks from the south. There are no doors down here until you get up to that guard.
For drinking and taking a break.
Just because I've been here only a few months, I think that I can just get away with pushing me around.
So we don't need to go there, but just wanted to show you that. Okay, here's a ladder up. Let's first go out on the stage and check out what we saw here. So here's something that highlights. Okay, so he placed a note and a key in here. Now, the key has never been able to... We need the key. But the key has not been fobbed, or been fobbable ever for me without taking this note first. Jake, they've changed the activation code again. I'll find out the right digits and we'll let you know, as usual, through the pumping room of the lower pool. You know how to read them. Remember them, and if our mission fails, enter the code into the activator and I'll try to make sure that our lives are not lost in vain. Otherwise, our families will pay the price, as that mustached bastard with epaulettes promised. You didn't forget that, did you? We will stick to each other as far as possible until X hour comes. I'll warn Charlie myself. So it seems like Jake, Angie, and Charlie are 3 people that are working together. And they are most likely the saboteurs then. And Charlie is a mechanic, Jake is a carpenter, and Angie, not sure what she does. Now, it says here that you can activate something as a failsafe. And the code is found in the pumping room of the lower pool. And you know how to read them, okay? So the code might not be apparent right away. But there's some digits that we'll know. And Angie's note then gets stuck in our inventory. We can't get rid of it. But that means we can take the pump room key, which we do need. We also do need to return that. We need that for loot. You don't need it, really, for our run, but if you play normally, you'll need it. Let's head back up here now. Alright. So here is actually a control for the floodlights above the stage. If you pull this and have checked off certain lights, let me show you. Blue there. Then you look in the camera. Now those 2 lights are shown on stage, at least I think so. This may be operating it. It didn't seem to do anything. Yeah, there we go. So you can get different effects there. I don't think there is anything else that you can do. If anyone finds out anything about these that reveals something, let me know. So this is just above the stage, pulling up curtains and such, and behind here there is a cleverly hidden piece of loot. Bottle of wine. In this room here there is a mine and 2 flares. Okay, let's head down to the opposite way. There's no enemies in this area. This takes us out to the hallway that we came in through. This is a storage room, and I think there's a mine, or 2 mines in this toolbox. There's nothing else in this room. Okay, so over here we have 3 spectacles, glasses, total of 1465. So that takes us out east, and there's also another drape that goes west. Let's go west first. Let's go this way. So there's the guard that we saw from the south earlier. Oh, he sees us. He doesn't hear the door. So those doors there, I think, are...
Who's noising about then?
They're not pickable, but they trigger first alerts from both of these guards. So now we're on the east, or to the east of the main entrance. Here's another patrolling guard with broadheads. That door there, or those double doors, take you into the northern section of the barracks on the first floor. And remember, there was another stationary guard there.
What's that?
There's a camera on that side. So this is a completely impossible area for us to go to. This is just the restroom.
What's that? Wish I had my overshoes. Where did
Let's see. This door we're going to go into. These next two doors, I think, just lead to empty bedrooms. Pretty sure. I think so.
Who's that here? Just like picking up baby bricks.
And then here you have a flash bomb. 2 flash bombs, actually. So that's all. There's nothing else to read, no loot, no nothing. Let's go into this room. Here we have a stack of gold coins. So that we're going to take. Let's make a real save. And I'll show you something. So now we're on the upper level of the barracks in the northern section. Here are 2 guards. I've never seen those guards move or change in their behavior in any way, and they are guarding the palace guard quarters. And there's no way to get past them without busting Ghost. I've tried to nudge them, they react immediately. There's obviously no way to get through them for Supreme either. So this is a no-brainer skip. We cannot do this. We cannot go in here for any mode.
Was something just there?
I'm going to show you here.
Hey! Look what we got! Can I get some help?
There we go. Okay, he's leaving. So, that means we have to skip a few things, not in this room. They're yelling and screaming there. Let's see.
Come back out here, you...
Oh yeah, there's a stack of gold coins there that we have to skip. And there's a coin pair here. Gold coins worth 25, coin pair worth 20.
After him!
Alright, I'm gonna try to redo this because I want to show you this room without...
Well, seems clear. Hey, I got some chaffer here! Help!
Yeah.
We got a thief here!
You go running. Chief of Palace Guard. So we have the 45 loot there that we have to skip. And here is the entrance to the Palace Guard. Attention! You all know that not so long ago a number of bracelets of submission were stolen from Brackbook. That's what they're called, bracelet of submission. So we've seen one of those. Central Arsenal. Most likely this was the work of the City Military Intelligence. Till the completion of the investigation, you are ordered to use the activator with utmost caution. We do not know yet how the burglars intend to dispose of the stolen items. Chief of the Palace Guard. This door here is pickable. They're looking for us. So this is the Chief of the Palace Guards. It's the guard captain almost. And here are a couple of things. Readable. To the Chief of the Palace Guard. Sir, during the last inspection I found that the bookshelf in your office urgently needs fixing. Please allow me unhindered access to the site. The repair is quite complex and will take much time. Delaying is too dangerous. The shelf could fall at any moment. Jake the Carpenter. So Jake is one of the compromised ones, right? So this is the shelf. So he is using that as an excuse to access the office here so that he has access to information and this device. Let's read this. And here we have another of those bracelets. Bracelet of submission. Used as a tool of constraint. At any specified point in time, if the constrained subject tries to resist, it will not be released from the bracelet and will accordingly be destroyed. There's also an imitation bracelet, which does not explode, used for especially important subjects of submission, whose death is not desirable. Activator. Stationary device for the forced premature explosion of bracelets within a certain radius. Work is underway to create a mobile version. Interesting. This is the code panel then, that once you get the code that was talked about in Angie's note, you can put that in here and that'll set off the activator. But if we try to use that now, it's not time to do that yet. And here we have a safe that is pickable. That has a purse worth 100. So that we also have to skip. So there's a 145 loot here that you have to skip for all modes. Both Supreme and regular Ghost. Because there's no way to get past those guards that I've found without busting Ghost. If you go down here, now you get to the prison entrance where this unfrobbable gate and lock is. So again, if there's a way to get into the Chief of Palace Guard's office from this side, then of course you can get that purse for both Supreme and for Ghost. So let me know again if that's possible to do. We are going to reload. We are going to be on our way here. We don't need to do any of that stuff. So that's 145 skipped so far, unfortunately.
Thought I saw something.
Oh, we're not supposed to get spotted there.
Strange builder.
That was not the right one.
Builder. Bless.
There. Good. Okay. So here we have sort of a menu of plays. Tomorrow, Just a Ghost, Opera. That's the one that we read and saw in the mirror. October, Rowena's Curse, Mystical Drama. So that's a mission that I do have on my to-play list. So let me know if that's a good one to try. Well, some of you have already. November, Rose Cottage, Horror. That's another mission by Saturnine, I think. It's also one that is on my to-do list. Then we have December, King's Story, which is one of Zontik's missions, Fairy Tale. Next year, Labyrinth of Maximus. It's a surprise. I don't know what that is. And Sundays, musical evenings. Alright. Here we have a stationary guard. That guard will alert to either of the doors that he is close to opening. So that will mean that we cannot access the elevator or this room that takes you into the gallery and the art wing. So then the gallery is inaccessible for that reason. Or from that angle at least. There's another door into the art wing. And that is over here. But that will also trigger a first alert from this guard, and this guard never moves either. Which means, unfortunately, that the art gallery is inaccessible for Supreme. Not for Ghost, but for Supreme. But I will show you what's in there. Make another real saver. So if we now assume regular Ghosts...
What's that?
Actually, let me have him settle first.
Just the wind, I guess. Someone making noise?
So there you can see. Opening that door. Nobody else opens this door.
Builder, bless.
Opening that door will alert him. You also have a patroller in here. You've got a camera right there. And here, you can turn off the cameras.
Who's there? Hello? Oh, well, it must have been nothing.
So let me show you.
Builder, bless.
What'd I see there?
So in here, there is a rug, very, very well hidden back here. Can you maybe see it better here? Yeah, you can. That's worth 90, so that we have to skip for Supreme. But this you can take for Ghost. You don't have to blackjack this guy, obviously, and turning off cameras is totally fine, and you don't need to turn off the camera to get this piece of loot. But let's take a look at the rest of the art gallery here. This is the door
Can't the guy nap around here?
that leads to this guard in front of the elevator. Let's see. In here, we have something interesting.
Я бы подумал дважды.
I would better think twice, he says. Okay. So, what if we take it? Okay, that was worth 200. But it makes it unable for us to leave. So we fail the objective and we end the mission. So you can't do that. So what do we do then? Well, let me actually reload a save that I have here from a previous save, and I'll show you what's what. So, this is a different save, and there's a specific reason why I chose this save and not just my regular run. Because what you're supposed to do is go into this room. You're supposed to twist the chandelier. See it's blinking. Twist it a couple of times. That counts as a secret, and it breaks the chandelier. It actually short-circuits the breaker, probably, and therefore puts the light out and also puts the alarm out in this area. So that's what you're supposed to do to take this. Right? But that is property damage, because you've deliberately broken by twisting the chandelier, so that's not allowed even for regular ghosts. So this piece of loot here, this 200, also has to be skipped for all modes. So right now we're up to, we had 145 plus 90, that's 235, so 435 then, that we have skipped. However,
What's that?
there's something else. After you've taken this painting, If you have taken the...
Just the wind, I guess.
Well, we don't have that in our inventory. But if you've taken the Book of Ashes from Detective, from the previous mission, then this back highlights. You can raise that and take Phoenix Ashes. But if you haven't taken the Book of Ashes from the Alchemist shop in the previous mission, then you won't... I don't think this even will highlight. So you can't raise this up. And Phoenix Ashes, if you take those, then the next mission will be Reanimator, which is mission 9.5 or so, instead of going on to Patriot, which is the final and 10th mission. So there's an added mission, but only if you take the Book of Ashes and you find the Phoenix Ashes in this mission. So then you won't have a choice. You will automatically go on to Reanimator. I will show you that mission on the channel, but we can't do this for Ghost nor Supreme. But I'll show you how to, or at least a Ghost or Supreme run of it. So now you know that. This is a very, very hidden thing that I did not find on my own. But then again, you can't do it for Supreme, so there's that. Let's go back to our regular save. So then we instead are going to simply leave. We've skipped 435 loot so far. So let's head through here. So we have left a couple of secret passages open now, but that's for our return primarily. Go. Now we're going to head into the temple. The reason why I didn't go in there earlier is because we need a healing potion to cushion our drop here. There. To get this statue. You cannot jump. It's all a tile here, and he will hear it. This patroller will hear it, even if it's the other side of the room. So you need something soft. You can get a scroll. We could have used Fauls letter as well, but that we need for something else. We need the healing potion for something else too. Show you something else.
What dragon?
Oops. Secret here. 2 candlesticks. Total 1705. There we go. And now I'm going to show you the bonus objective. So let's go ahead and load up, because I don't have the ring. You need the ring to do that, but in this save I do. So now the safe is open, you can see. So if you place first Fouls letter in there, you get a Q. And then you got to place the ring in there, but you have to shoot a rope arrow. No, sorry, a moss arrow in there for that to be possible. There. So now we got a bonus objective. The mechanists are too addicted to the war. This information might spoil things a bit. So you can place the ring on top of the scroll in there and get it to rest, but this objective won't show up until the ring actually hits the metal of the inside of the safe. So when I did that, when I managed to put the ring on top of the document, I thought I was going to be able to do this for Supreme. But you can't, because it doesn't register. It doesn't think that you have the ring inside of the safe unless you put it actually onto the metal. And you have to use a moss arrow then to cushion the drop, and that's not allowed for Supreme. But here you have it. But remember, you have to read the book in Mission 3 Spy, and there's no indication anywhere in the campaign that you have to do that. And that might be a book that's easy to miss because it's in a bookshelf. It's not a scroll lying on a desk. But here you have it. So that's the objective. I think we'll get caught here.
Thy days of sin end now!
Yes. So let's go back to our previous save. Alright, then we can finally leave the temple. We closed the secret, didn't we?
Who's there?
Yes,
What
we did.
noise dost make?
Can we read this? No. Okay, that's it. And we have the healing potion, right? So now we are going to go back and cover the family wing. Our goal now is to trigger the Count and the Baron, because that will progress our story, and it'll gain access to the Count's apartments eventually. But in order to do that, we have access to the book that will trigger this, but I want to do that last so that I'm on the east side of where the Count and the Baron will spawn. So the first thing we have to do now is find the key to the tunnel door. Then we have to go back. We have to use this passageway a couple of times. There we have the wash lady. Back here, we have to use this route a couple of times. Careful walking here, because the guy underneath can hear you.
What noise there?
Yeah, he will see us. So we're going to go back up now, up to the top. And we can go back out here. We're going to reset that elevator later. I know it has to be on the middle floor. And now we can finally relock this. Right? We can use the valet's keys to relock this one. Very important. Okay, now to get to the tunnel key, we have to use this window again, but I'll get back to that in a little bit, because right now I'm going to go this way. Since we now have the valet's keys, we can get into these rooms. This is a part of the old family wing, or not old, but current family wing, but there's not too many of the family left, which we're gonna learn a little bit more about in not too long. So we're now gonna go through some of these rooms here. Most of them are empty, actually. Bathroom is empty. And they're very dark as well. So this is one that requires the valet's keys. Seems to be a kid's room. And here is a bloodstain. Right next to it is a very well hidden ring. It's 1805. So this is definitely a child's room. So here you can see some windows over to the eastern section. So this is actually into this hallway. We can't go there. Lock that, yeah. Another unused room, it seems like. Here's another bedroom with a chest that has been opened. Okay. And here you have another bathroom. But here you have something. This is where the attic key can be used. And let's see. Now we're in the western section of the attic, essentially. Some dead-end areas here. So there are some windows to the outside, as you can see. Let's head up here. So here we have a chute. Actually, this actually shows or points to the game room, but I don't think there's any way of opening this grate, or any way of opening what's at the bottom here. That's yet another thing that, if you know Dromед and know how to analyze certain surfaces and doors, this takes you down to the kitchen, actually. So I saw both of these from the other side the first time I played, and I was sure that there was some way of getting into the chute. And then eventually I found the access in the attic, but I didn't find any conceivable way of using this. And it seems like a very useful and practical way to move around for the player. Oops, I don't think I want that. Clang. So anyway, that's that one. Here is a wheelchair. Another window. If we go this way, this is the other side of that wardrobe with the boarded up wall behind it that we saw from the east side. You can break these boards, and then you can use a rope arrow to, wiggle your way out of there, but that's not possible for Ghost, but you can do that if you want to. Let's see. There's a couple of pieces of loot up here that we want to get. One should be in this corner. Plate in this one. Yep. And there should be one more piece of loot. so. There we go. Candlestick. So those 2 pieces of loot was the reason I came up here. So then we are basically done with the attic key. We don't need to get up here again. So, but we don't need to return that until we're done with the other items, because we're not done with healing potion and we're not done with the letter. See if we can continue this way, and there should be a couple of plates on the wall here. We're moving our way south now. Office. This is the balcony door that I accessed from the other side, but then I didn't have the valet's keys, so you can unlock it with those. Okay, in this hallway there are 2 statues. There is a patrolling guard in this area, but he sort of walks in a clockwise fashion. So we're going to follow him now, so I think we're good here. Here is a restroom. No, storage room. And then on the wall here you have a couple of masks. This is the room above the conservatory, but there's nothing else of interest. Then we have the ballet room right here, just in the far southwest. And then that takes us through the whole loop. Okay. So now we are going to do a couple of maneuvers that are tough, and that starts sort of on where we are breaking the mission a little bit, but it is in order to keep Supreme intact. Okay, so to start this maneuver, we have to... Actually, let me show you this place here first. I mentioned earlier that this vine is actually climbable. Oh! Oops. It is a climbable vine. It's a little bit difficult to get on from the top. And you can't jump back up on it from down here unless you stack some items, I guess. So you're now in a sealed part. It's on the... in the northwest, so it's outside the Count's apartment, sort of, in this area. And it's an area enclosed by a big fence. And you can see that this is a boarded up location. You can break the boards and get in. I think you maybe even have to pick the lock. And that's the intended route. Here you got a well. If you look in the well, you can maybe faintly see that there's a skeleton down there. So we're going to learn what that is in not too long. And then on the other side, there's another boarded up door right here. Then there's a fence on that side, so you can't go through there. So either of those, you'd have to use your sword, and that's property damage to break boards to get in. Now there is an unlocked window on top of this porch cover. You can see it there. That you can open. Now Galere, I think he reported that he was able to bring a crate and put it on top of the corner of the fence there, mantle onto it, or jump onto it, and then make an angled jump and mantle up on that porch. I've tried that quite a few times, and I've not been able to do that jump. So I wasn't going to include that in the run, since it's such an unpredictable one, at least for me. So, all glory to him for being able to do that. But I also don't want to bring a crate over here, because that's a little bit bigger ordeal to get back and forth. Instead, I'm going to get to that window by a different route. We mantle up here again. Close that. And now we can use two of the items that we picked up. Lady Fauls' letter. And also the healing potion. Because then you can actually mantle up here and move over to this roof. It's a difficult, not a difficult mantle to make, but it's difficult once you get up there. Here's also one of the windows to the attic, because you slide back down from this roof very easily. So you have to sort of immediately get momentum and strafe run over to this roof, otherwise you'll just fall straight back down. Now, of course, now we have two items that are resting on top of the window, so we have to make sure that we return those items, but we're actually going to use them one more time in the same location a little bit later. So now you can see the fence on the other side here. So we have to now get down here. So the best way is to actually slide down and land in a mantle on the front end of the porch. So let's try to do that. That was too far back. This might take a few tries. It's also a little bit too far back. I have been able to slide down in a corner without taking damage, but that is very difficult to do. This is just a matter of finding the right spot here. So now there we go. And here you have the attic window. So in the attic, there is nothing of interest. There's a couple of empty, closed and opened crates here. Or, sorry, chests. I think this room is also empty. Yeah, totally. Here is a ladder. We can take down. And then there's a basement entrance. Let's go down there first. Alright, so here's a fuel room. Now, remember the room that I showed you from the basement of the main manor? So we couldn't see much into it. You can maybe sort of see the smokestack from the, or the smoke from the Iron Beast back there. That's this room here. Here's an engine that isn't on currently. But here is something.
Пусто.
So an empty fuel can. Well, we have a filled fuel can, don't we? Fill that in here. And then we can click this button. That does turn on the lights. Don't worry, there are no enemies in this building. And that's not a bust to Supreme, only turning off lights is a bust. There's nothing else down here, really. Now, we need that because we need the power to be on for one specific reason. Another storage room with nothing interesting. So you might notice that this is actually mimicking at least part of the upper floor in the family wing. So it seems like this sealed area is a replica, or the main building is a replica and part of the layout of this building here. So here we have some kind of music room. There's a flute in here. 2155. Nothing else besides some pictures. This is actually one of the front doors. They don't become probable until you've actually broken the boards. This is a kitchen. With nothing of interest here. Here's a green vase. Let's move this way here. This is the other set of front doors. Dressing room in here. There's loot in one of these rooms. I can't remember exactly which one. Bedroom. Bathroom with a dead spider. It has been abandoned, it seems like, for a while here. Here are 2 plates. And then there's also another healing potion here. We are going to need this one as well. Because we need one healing potion to do something towards the very end, and we don't have an opportunity to return whichever potion we use to the inside of the manor. So we need a potion from outside the manor so that we can return it before we end the mission. And this is the only potion outside the manor. So if this potion hadn't been here, this mission actually wouldn't have been supremable. So we can be very fortunate that it is. Back out here, you come out to the main room again that we were in. Now, you can maybe see that there's an outline of what looks like a secret door here. And here's the switch. Now this switch wouldn't have worked if we hadn't turned on the generator in the basement. So this counts as a secret right here. This is actually secret number 11, I think. We've taken quite a few of those. Alright, so this seems like it's a baby's room. And here, we have the key to the Citadel. Alright. So that checks off, find the key to the tunnel door. So I wanted to do that again. I wanted to do this first because I don't want to take the scribe's petition. That's unnecessary. And I want completing this objective to actually trigger the Count and the Baron's arrival. So that we're on the east side of them. Now, here is a painting of, or a picture of a Hammerite. When we approach that, we're going to end up watching a cutscene. And in my opinion, this is the highlight of the whole campaign. It's a fantastically well-made cutscene with a lot of tension and tells a very important part of the story here. So make sure you pay attention to that if you don't know what this is.
Я подарю тебе способность иногда видеть то, чего другие не видят.
absolutely amazing. Just the music and what seems like hand-drawn, custom-made images. These are obviously not images that are provided with the game or anything like that. But yeah, so it seems like, well, now the painting changed from a Hammerite to Karis, it seems like. So basically, a synopsis of the story here, there's a Hammerite that had a relationship with the daughter of the Baron. A secret relationship. Had a child, then out of wedlock, with the Baron's daughter and... sorry, not the Baron, the Count. The Count. The Count's daughter had a child with a Hammerite. And the Count found out about it, killed his own daughter, threw her in the well, so that's the skeleton that we saw in the well, and then branded the baby with a B, maybe for, I don't know, bastard child or something like that, and seemingly donated the child back to the Hammerites, because it was their child. And then it seems like years later, he felt bad about it, because he was in the daughter's room when his wife pushed him out of the window. Maybe she found out what he had done or something like that. Pushed him out of the window and then killed herself, thinking that she had killed her husband. Now, he didn't die from that. He got crippled and therefore is in a wheelchair. And it seems like that the Hammerite, the father of this child, then later became Karis. So he went on to become Karis for the Mechanists. Now, the child, I don't know. I haven't played the last mission of the campaign, but I'm just theorizing. Could the child end up becoming Capellan later on? And he's not grown up. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But that would sort of be a convenient tie-in with the story, if this is that significant. But yeah, just a fantastic cutscene with so much tension and just ties together part of the story here that without it doesn't make all that much sense, but now it does. So we're going to do that. Now we need to leave, basically. We have what we need to. We can't turn back off the generator or the power in the basement. Let me see. I have what I need here. 2210, yes. No, we don't need to go down. We need to go up. There. Now to get back down, we want to get over the wall afterwards. If you land on the fence like this, then there's no way you could get back up to the roof from that porch. So we're going to have to drop back down here. Alright, so now we have done what we need to do to progress with the story inside the manor. We've sort of done at least the vast majority of what we can do before the Count and the Baron appear.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna wait until...
There we go. So now we can enter here because we have the valet's keys. go back down the elevator. See here. I wanted to make sure he didn't hear the closing of those doors. So we're gonna head straight back to the library now.
Think that I can just get away with pushing me around. I'll show them someday. Someday they'll get what they deserve. Someone making...
So luckily this lady never first alerts, because that would have been a pain to get by her every time. Yeah, he sees you from a little bit closer, so now we have to go slow. So these are locked, they'll be open in not too long.
What dragonfly?
Now we can actually take the elevator up. Sweet. So we shouldn't do that, but it's so loud, but maybe I won't. Maybe I'll use my rope arrow since I have it. If I can use my rope. The elevator is so loud.
Forge thou not the hammer, but be fortified with the builder's knowledge, and let then the higher things be wrought. Then shalt thou prosper. Loyalty is the fuel that burns away the rival. Rise beyond the house of chaos.
There. Now we can use the valet's keys here, or you can use the scribe's key, but you don't need both. The only thing in here is this book. Secret Passages and Dungeons section incredible. It is hard to believe, but the secret passage that connects Blackbrook and the city does exist. It was constructed by the Order of Bricklayers in ancient times for moving secretly in the area. Its length is so extensive that later, when the Citadel was being created, even the rail tracks had to be laid along the route. Doors that block access to the passage by the uninitiated are locked by special keys. One of these was stored for a long time in the palace of the Count of Blackbrook, so that's the one that we have found now. It was presented to his now deceased daughter when she moved into the wing upon reaching adulthood, but is now considered lost. Okay, so this sealed wing was built after the main manor, but it was built almost like a replica. And now deceased, it doesn't say that she was killed here, of course. These doors can be found in the cellars of certain cathedrals, a list of which is given in Appendix B. 2 entries are known, in Blackbrook and in the city. The existence of the third door is not confirmed. The Citadel is not considered an entrance as there is no other way out. To date, this passage is used as the only access to the Citadel and is carefully guarded by the military from the city branch side. To use it for military purposes is inexpedient, since the quarter at the opposite end is of no interest in terms of strategy, and the path is too complex and narrow for the coordinated movement of the whole army. No other pages. Okay, so that doesn't check off this objective. However, we need to get the Appendix B that is mentioned in the book in order to check this one off. And we need to take either this or the scribe's petition in order to trigger the Count's appearance. So...
A barrier true that blocketh dust and dirt, the enemies of the goodly gear.
Oh. I'm gonna wait for him to pass, I think. Yeah, we gotta take one of the two. And this one seems the most logical one to take. I don't know if we actually need to take this one. It's either this or the scribe's petition. You can't return either of them. Just check. Yeah, you can't drop it. Now we're going to trigger something. Something has happened back here now.
Что там за суматоха? Перегородили почти все проходы.
Ждут какого-то важного гостя.
А нам теперь что? Через улицу ходить на кухню?
Да кого это волнует?
So there are two guys here that just make you aware that something's happened. And they actually end up on the balcony on the first floor, or walkway on the outside. They're of no importance to us. We're going to trigger another cutscene here, an in-game cutscene that will trigger once we get closer to the staircase. Let's make a real save first.
These fancy gadgets around here. I can't get a simple mug of coffee.
правитель города, его милость, господин барон.
I'll show them someday. Someday they'll get what they deserve.
Мне показалось, или я правда слышал, как заработал лифт?
So, I didn't hear the sound of an elevator, but I wasn't listening for it. But... So now we got a new objective. Is the Baron in Blackbrook? Find out what the two bloodsuckers have in common. So this objective here won't trigger unless you take one of the two readables in the library, at least. Now, the Baron and the Count went into the Great Hall right here. So we have to overhear their conversation in order to figure out what they're up to. So basically, we have to get into this part of the second floor. And I've already explained and shown you can't get up the foyer because of the archer there, and you can't use this door because of the stationary guard right inside. And there's no other entrance to this part of the second floor except for one, which we're going to take, of course.
It's true at all what they said.
And for that, you need a rope arrow, and that's the reason, ultimate reason why you absolutely need a rope arrow for Supreme.
They're probably laughing at me now.
And that's the window up here.
Yeah, not true at all.
This window. Now there's a patroller that walks fairly close to it, and he will see the rope. So I want to wait for him to pass. I can hear him pass. He opens a door right afterwards. He's coming right now. He notices the rope sitting there, so we can't leave that rope. There we go. Now we are red here, but we won't get spotted if we go very slow. This door is locked. We're going to go into this room. And then we can overhear their conversation from inside this room. But there's a statue, well-hidden one, above the door. So we're now walking into this little room here. So this is an elevator, so maybe the... Garrett's mention of an elevator makes us... or gives us a hint that we need to get close to the elevator, perhaps? Which this is. Okay. In this toolbox are 3 flares, but we don't need any flares. So we can jump up here and overhear their conversation.
Знаете, меня немного беспокоит присутствие на нашей доске суперфигур. Это ваш майор Скренч и мой Capellan. Порой мне даже кажется, что это они ведут войну, а не мы.
Ну и что? В сущности ведь так оно и есть.
Но я не желаю чувствовать себя второстепенной фигурой. Понимаете? Не желаю.
А мне так все равно. Они прекрасно разыгрывают партию. Я с удовольствием слежу за ее ходом.
Сдается мне, пришло время от них избавиться. Они слишком много на себя берут.
Ну, мой майор это всего лишь солдат. По идее, я должен бы выиграть от такого размена. Но я почему-то не хочу.
Ха! Просто солдат. Вы хоть знаете, что он за человек? Какие у него планы? Вас не пугает перспектива, что в следующий раз здесь, напротив меня, будет сидеть он, а не вы?
Такое развитие идей не приходило мне в голову. Но послушайте, без наших главных фигур эта война превратится в обычную уличную потасовку. А ведь потеха еще только началась.
Я не назначал Капеллана на должность. Он появился сам, ниоткуда. Появится и другой. Конечно, придется немного подождать.
Все же вы меня не убедили.
Тогда, может, решим наш спор традиционным способом?
Нет, шахматы это долго и скучно. Лучше просто кинем кости.
Идет.
А майор-то, оказывается, счастливчик.
Ну что ж, пока все остается по-старому.
Я разочарован вашей неуступчивостью.
Может, с майором вы быстрее сговоритесь?
Alright, so there was somebody, sounded like they moved and left here, unlocking some doors, and that indicates that the doors downstairs are now open to the game room. No, not the game room, to the Great Hall. Okay, so now we checked off this objective. Alright, but we still have this one left to do. Another real save here. Wait for that guard to pass again. Go this way, so we're now going to move in and loot some of these rooms here. Here. Move up this way. This is the glass window that we saw from the west earlier. Here's a plate on the wall. Can't take this. This is the game room. I don't think anybody in here actually alerts. This guy has a purse on him. 23.35. The purse is worth 100. There's also a coin pair here. There should be another coin pair over here. There. This is the grate that we saw out of earlier when we entered the chute from the attic. Here is a chess player that's playing by himself, it seems like. These are doors into the Great Hall, but they're also locked now. Only the downstairs doors are available. This room here is empty. There's nothing in here, just a sitting room area. The room that isn't that interesting. The guard is going to come through here now, so I'll wait. Okay. This is the hospital. Remember, the key was stuck on the inside, a readable said. But we can get in a different way. Now, you don't need the rope arrow for this. You can climb up on one of the lamps, I think, to get in here. So this is actually counting as a secret. Here's the key on the inside. Okay, let's see what they got going on here. Oh. Oh! Jeez, I forgot about that. That scared me. So it seems like they're doing some experiments for the mechanist, maybe, using the servants to become mechanized robots, right? Nice microscope. A lot of good custom objects in here. Like a wash basin, or is it like a water fountain? Drinking fountain? Okay, here's a readable. Or here are some scales that we can take. 24.75. And a letter. Your Excellency, my work continues successfully. I just need to solve the minor problem of the subject's autonomy. But I need some more bodies to complete my experiments. I could show you some results right now, but a 1-minute demonstration of separation from the support system is too short a period of time to show off. Dr. Stain. There's also a healing potion up here. And then just a patient room, it seems like. Go in here. It's the ballroom. Here's a bottle of wine. Now the patroller can see us through the door. So we want to be careful here. This lady doesn't alert. Okay. Then we have everything we need upstairs. It's all the loot. This door here just takes you into an empty room, and then you come out here.
Something there.
But he will alert. Maybe you can get here without an alert.
Exciting as I thought.
But you can't get past this hallway without an alert. If you could get in through those double doors, you could get to some
one
more.
of them grubbers again.
Get to some more loot there. Now we need to get back down, and we have to use a rope arrow again. This can be a little bit tricky here.
Something moved.
So we can't have that. There. Now we have to do this.
Later. Do some drinking, taking a break.
Is that you?
We have to sort of catch on to the rope there. That was a little bit too far that way. Let's see.
Something moved.
So now we caught on to it, but we weren't able to.
Hello?
It's difficult. We only have to do this once, but we have to make sure that the guy that comes through doesn't see the rope. So we can't, we're not out of the woods, even though if we get onto the rope.
Is someone there?
Oh, I moved too quickly turning on the rope. Because that registers as movement. That's weird. Mantling doesn't register as movement, but simply turning your body on the rope does.
I'm not going to be a guard anymore. I'm
Hello?
Oh, he saw that too.
Something moved.
I mean, we're straight in his path of view here. These are things that are annoying because there's no real predictable way of doing it successfully.
Hello? Oh, it's so wet around here.
There we
What's
go.
that I see?
Oh, how does he see that? There we go. Okay, we got off. Now we just have to make sure he doesn't see the rope. He does not. Excellent. Good. Now we can enter these doors. Now to get the rope, we have to get it by going through the Great Hall. Let's see. Let's call down the elevator first. Nobody's in the Great Hall, so the elevator use is not like a big deal here. There's a door over there that takes you into the game room. Now upstairs, there's one piece of loot, a green vase here. And then we're going... Oh! Why is this door not unlocked? That is weird. It should be. Do we have to actually go into the Great Hall downstairs first? Was that what we heard there? That might be it. Well, let's try that then. 2 plates here. There's some fruit on the table. And then in the fireplace is a fire arrow. Well, let's do that then. Wait. Oh, okay. I took it. I thought I didn't take it already. Yeah. Now this is unlocked. So it unlocks once we go into the Great Hall. Downstairs, okay. the rope. There we go. Did I forget something here? No, I did not. Okay. This one was upstairs. Let's drop onto these. And then we can go down. This way. There. Okay, I'm just going to check on something real quick. Okay. We're back on track. What we got to make sure that we do right now is open these doors. These are the kitchen doors that were also locked earlier. I want to open those because I'm going to go through there at a later time, and then another guard will have spawned, and he sometimes gets stuck in that door, running into it, not being able to open it. So if I open it then, I will get a first alert, and I don't want that. So we'll remember to close that one later on, for sure. Okay, we should be on track here. We've taken the rope. So let's see what we are doing now. So now we are ready to head to the Count's apartment. So that's our next goal right now. See, we have something to do first, though.
Wish someone would let me know what's going on. Never included anything. Last person they know.
See how important this secret entrance is? Crucial. There's a place we have not visited yet on the first floor, and that's here. Statue worth 50. And then here are 2 gold goblets. 2760. So we are now in the western area behind the foyer staircase, so to speak. Now here is another secret. This is a very interesting secret because it's just a dead-end hallway, but it shows you through the mirror in the music room in the sealed house. It shows you the sealed house, so it's sort of a tease and a hint that there is something somewhere you can reach. And this door never becomes probable as far as I know, so that's all it really is. It's just showing you something, and you can play the whole mission without ever finding the secret. Here, this is then the intended route into the Count's apartment. Now it's bordered by a gate. If we had read the scribe's petition at this point, that gate would have raised or gone sideways or whatnot, and then we would have been able to go in there. Problem is that even if we had done that, opening the door behind it will first alert this guard. So that's why I never even considered reading that scripture. So we have to find a different way into the Count's apartment. if we're going to keep Supreme intact, which of course I want to do. So we have to, yes, you might have guessed it.
Always broken. These fancy gadgets around here. I can't get a simple mug of coffee.
We again have to use the window. Similar to what we did before. Now, we're not going to use this elevator anymore, as far as I can remember. So we'll reset it to the middle level, which is where it was. Grab our 2 items again. There. Close that. Now we have to make this jump one more time. There. Still have to leave the items there, so we have to grab them and return them again. Now, I tried to use... I actually first tried to go out to this balcony here and use the thin ledge, go all the way around the whole house, and then end up to an open window here on the Count's apartments. I thought that would work, but it didn't, because the camera outside the library entrance catches you as you try to go through this wall or along this wall here. I was never able to go past it without, even busting Ghost. So we can't do that. So instead, we have to be able to get across here somehow. The second window on the middle level there is openable. It's unlocked. So what I tried to do, I tried to sort of scoot down here, like that, but I was never able to catch on to that lip. And you can't mantle up it because it's such a thin lip, so it doesn't register as a mantleable area. However, the lip on the next area is thicker. You can see that's supposed to be walked on. You'll see that in a little bit. So we have to get over there somehow. And that took a while for me to figure out, but you can do that. So this might take a few tries, we'll see. You have to run and then sort of, you can't jump from this roof, but you can scoot up onto the roof and slide across and drop down in a mantle here. Let's see. And I do it on the first try. That is a very difficult maneuver to figure out. I found the technique, and I've done it so many times now that it's definitely possible, obviously, and repeatable. So we're going to do that now. Now in here is then an area with 2 guards that are facing away from us. They always face like this. Okay. So this is a little bit out of the order of what I'm supposed to do here. Now we have the elevator. This is a hallway that's not interesting right now. We're going to head into the elevator. And I'm going to take that. You can see that there are 4 floors. 0, which is the basement. Very important. 1, and then 2 are on, and 3 is the top. We're going to take it down to 1. We're going to take it down here because this is the door that you're supposed to enter through. So listen now.
Odd noise.
So that's now probable behind the portcullis, and you can hear that gives a first alert. So I want to go here because this is the place we're supposed to get into. So I want to sort of have the natural progression. This elevator here would not be on this floor. It would be on the floor above. So I'm going to close it back up and send it back to the proper level so that we can play through this section here the way it's intended. So now we're in the Count's apartments. Here we have a bottle of wine and a goblet. A goblet's worth... goblet was worth 50. Okay, yeah. Goblets are normally worth 15. Nothing else to read here, so the only thing we can do... No, there is a plate here. 29.10. Just an apple on the table, nothing else. So there is a chute here. We can get into. Now, here I'm going to explain a few things. When we mantle up here, there is a scripted sequence of events that's going to take place. There is a servant in green that's going to run and announce that the count has been murdered. Because we entered through the window and not through the intended door, there's a guard that is slightly differently positioned. He's spawned in a slightly different place, which actually ends up blocking that servant from running past. And that actually prevents him from completing that script. And the sequence doesn't really progress. Now, it's a very weird situation because there's a guard that he bumps into that he will eventually be able to push past, but only if that guard does his normal fidgety maneuvers. You know, they shift and adjust, and that shifts their position a little bit if something is pushing into them. Problem is that he won't do those fidgety maneuvers unless we're actually looking at him, because the engine turns off those fidgets if the enemy is not in our field of view. Very, very strange. So we have to actually find that guard and look at him so that that servant can continue past him. However, if we save and reload during that time, the servant will just stop. He won't keep on running after reload. So the next sequence of events we're going to have to do without reloading. So it'll be a little Iron Man segment here. I might have to repeat this. I've done it so many times that I kind of know what's going on. But yeah, I'm going to make a real save here before I trigger this. I thought that this would ultimately be the end of Supreme, because that guard is blocking the progress of this servant. I've never ever been in contact with this kind of situation before. It is what it is. So let's see. There's the servant, and you can hear him trying to run now. So we're going to continue up here. Now we're on the 3rd level. Okay. We're going to head around here. Elevator still not accessible. Let's actually go back here and we can find a secret. Here we go. Here's a readable. Life has completely lost its meaning. The war can still be a mildly entertaining, but even it has become a little boring lately. The Baron is a worthy opponent, but still is unbearably stupid. The experiences of Dr. Stain in my hospital give interesting results, but I am surprised how little it interests me, if I still have the ability to be surprised. The mechanists are simply stupid fanatics who would follow anyone. Even the palace guards, in my opinion, hate me, and this is mutual. Well, hatred is an inexhaustible source of vitality. I'll survive them all, but I do not know if it will bring me even a drop of satisfaction. I've given a lot of thought to whether there was a turning point in my life from which everything could have gone differently. It seems not. I always did everything right. Maybe it was worth making a mistake. So, I'm not really sure if I understand this sentiment, because I understand why he is bored and not satisfied, because he killed his daughter, essentially. So, the turning point was probably that, you know, and it's strange that he doesn't really even realize that. So that was the 14th secret, actually. Move around here. Here's a readable. Appendix B. 1. Cathedral of St. Mark. Cellar under the bell tower. 2. Cathedral of St. Caris. Presumed to exist. There is no confirmation. Cathedral of St. Remy Catacombs. So that is Appendix B, cannot be dropped, and that completes this objective. Right, let's move into this area. Here we have a map. Monastery of St. Caras. The ocean and attack routes for the army. Your Excellency, urgent business calls me to the Citadel. I leave immediately and will spend the whole of tomorrow there, after which I will have to change my location. I will inform you of my whereabouts later. Capellan. Okay, so my theory that Capellan might be the child, if that's the case, then either they're working together because the Count knows that, or neither of them know. I'm not sure, and maybe that'll be something that will be revealed later. Or it might be I'm completely on just a wild goose chase here.
Времени совсем мало.
Time is very short, yes indeed. And over here is a... just gonna check the amount on that. Yes, pair of dice, 2960. That's where we should be at this point. Okay, so now we're gonna head upstairs to the attic. There's nothing in this attic at all, besides an entrance to a service shaft going down. And here's a dead body. Now, I read on the forums that this body is supposed to have a readable next to him, but maybe that only appears on lower difficulties. So if somebody can check on that, that would be great. Now we have to drop down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that this door here is closed. There. Very important to do that, actually. I know it was open, so we'll leave it open, but it's very important because when we go in here, it's very easy to get a clang on the elevator. And if that door isn't closed, then those other people will hear us. Let's see, that was open up there, wasn't it? No, we closed it again. This one we're gonna have to close. See? If I hadn't closed that, they would have heard it. Now we have to open this door, so we have to go to the top and then back to the middle level. Okay. He is running into that guard now. Now, we don't want to look at him in this room, because if we do that, he's going to go through, and then the servant's going to see us in this room and actually alert. So we want to sneak out and do this from a different room. So frustrating that we have to do this, but now that's the window that we came in through earlier, obviously. Let's show you what I mean when we actually get over here. Here we go. Let's see. See there? Now we're looking at the guard, and he should be shifting, and then he gets through. Now those guards come in. That guard might actually also have to be shifted. Yeah, there you go.
Дракона прикончили прямо в его логове. Интересно, кто оказался настолько сумасшедшим?
Да что? Мы же на службе.
Okay. So those guards disappeared. Because we're not supposed to actually be in this room. You're supposed to overhear this. You see the grate above the bookshelf that is partly open. That's the one that we saw from above, and you won't be able to see those guards, really. So this, if we enter this room, we'll start another cutscene that I don't want to start right now. So I'm going to close this window right here and go back. Because we're not supposed to be here to witness this. We're supposed to be in that service shaft and see all this. We got a new objective, by the way. Find out what has happened. An unexpected incident could change the whole situation, but do it quietly without making a fuss. So that just means that you're not allowed to, I think, black tech anybody even, or deal any damage. Everybody should be gone from this room now, which is crucial.
I can't get a simple mug of coffee.
There we go. Excellent. That warrants a real save. There. Now we have a few other things to do. Let's see. First, we're going to take this down to the basement, actually. So now we finally have basement access through these double doors that wasn't probable earlier. Let's see. Let me actually show you something first. Here. Because here is the bottom of the service shaft. And down here is actually a secret. Here is a toolbox with the loot. However, getting down here without... Okay, I'm not sure what's going on now. There. Getting down here without taking damage is a bit of a problem. There is a slow fall potion you can get on the 3rd floor in a little bit. And that you can use for ghost and drop down here if you want this loot. This one opens the grate, but you cannot access that from the outside. So how do we get down here to get this piece of loot and the secret for Supreme? Well, I have to use a technique that took a little bit to figure out, but it's kind of a cool one. So if you want to challenge yourself, then stop the video now and go try to get this piece of loot for Supreme. We're going to use these crates here, actually. There. Close that door. Make sure you do that. Yeah, let's see. This is how we do it. Okay. Just had a thought there, and that I'll explain in a little bit. Close this grate afterwards. Okay. So, I tried a long time to drop these crates in various ways, but either one broke when I drop it down, or the bottom one broke when I dropped the other one on top of it. So the only way I've found to do this without breaking the crates, go way out here, crouch, lean left, look down, and drop. There. It sort of makes a little break. And the reason why we closed the door is because the other patrolling guard will hear these crates dropping if you don't. There. So the bottom one is not broken yet. Now, to get down there without breaking the crates, you have to sort of scoot over and land a little bit on the edge of it. That's all you have to do. And we can take the drill bit worth 100, and that is our 15th secret. 3060. Now we can open this. Let me see. Okay. Yes, okay. So there's also another secret underneath the elevator on the first floor. So that I want to get as well. To get that, you have to block this. See if I can do this. This is actually also quite tricky. You have to drop them like that, and then you have to sort of mantle up them. There we go. It's not how you're supposed to do it. I think this is right. Save it here. Because then we can take this back down. Yeah. There. That's a torque worth 350. And that's our 16th secret, I think. Well, no, we didn't take one, so it's our 15th. We didn't do the one secret in the... art wing, did we? With the Phoenix painting. Now, we can get up by shooting... no, we cannot. Yeah, we can. We can send this up to the top floor and then shoot a button to lower it. But I don't want to use an arrow for all this. So, oh. So we want to get back up there. Just to avoid that. Oh, come on. Okay, they might not be 100% correctly placed here. Here's that too, okay. Okay, we have to redo this. I think we actually have to. This is frustrating. There, we have to block it a little bit further in. Now we can send this back to the bottom level. And then we can return the crates. There. It was a little fiddly to figure out how to get those two for Supreme, but these crates are very conveniently placed right here. Okay, let's see. There we go.
What dragonfly?
Okay. I just want to make sure that the grates are all closed up there, because none of those were open. Yeah, that's open now. Okay. Okay, so now we have to probably wait for that guard. So this elevator here has to go to level 2 when we are finishing the mission. We'll definitely do that. Do now, we have the pump room key, right? Remember that? We took that a long time ago. I want to lock block this door so that we can later, I just wanted to check that it was working. We can later use this room to conceal ourselves from this guard, because he's actually quite difficult to dodge. So this is a new room. Here's a readable. Angie, what's going on? The water in the pool is stagnating. It smells like a dump. And that moron George has locked himself in the control room for a second day. Can he not go on a bender somewhere else? If you do not entice him from there in the near future, we will have to drain all the water, and this will cost us excellently a solid sum. I already know roughly what he would say about it, and if you don't want to hear it yourself, come up with something. I'm just a carpenter, and I'm only trying to resolve this because we have such a shortage of people. P.S. You know perfectly well that I need access to this room. I hope you understand. In any case, do not leave this letter on your bed as its official correspondence, Jake. Right?
It's that shadow.
So, the fact that we've lock-blocked this too means that we can return the pump room key. Okay. Now over here there's another readable. Crumpled piece of paper. I took part of the ladders from the service shaft to the elevator and installed them in the vent box. At the right time, it will be a matter of a few minutes to enter the bedroom. It remains only to unscrew the grill in the living room, but it would be convenient to block the vent so as not to fall down the shaft. Charlie. Okay. So they're the ones that have blocked that vent that was slightly open then, basically. So they are probably involved in the supposed murder of the Count. In here is a moss arrow between the pipes. So this gave us a hint to George that's in the pool room. He won't trigger until you actually go in here, which is why we needed to get the pump room key in the first place. There. Go in here. Now when we approach this door, we've got to make sure we don't get spotted here. he will open the door. Bring some more wine, buddy, and he also gives us money. 20. So that is the whole reason, the only reason why you need the pump room key. 3430. So what he did now, he threw us a bottle. So I'm going to show you what you're supposed to do with this. Bottle. Throw that in the water, which, remember, was stagnating and horrible. Bottle of stagnant water. And then give that to him. This is a little bit tricky. Closer, closer. Now we took it. Wow, he is really going at it. Alright, so he's got it all out. What is he now going to do? He's gonna shower with the clothes on, with his uniform. Okay, he just stays in here. Here's a water arrow, by the way, that spawns. Okay, so now we can actually enter the control room here. Water disinfection, swimming pool backlights. We're gonna turn on this. That's a disinfectant, a UV ray. I'm going to show you. This is what you're supposed to be doing. Okay.
What shadow passed my view?
Let me show you. So when you do that, then the ultraviolet light will show a code here, 9283. Now this code is randomly generated when you start the mission, so this will not be the same for you. And this is the code that you're supposed to put into the activator in the Chief of the Palace Guards room. So I will show you that. We don't need to do any of this. So I'm not going to mess with George anymore. I'm just going to take his money and go. But that's how you find the code. So I'm just going to take the money and leave him in there. And the bottle he threw out, so we don't have to worry about that.
Come into the...
Okay. So what we are going to do now is we're going to have to go back and get our items from the window. So that's a little bit of a detour. But we have to do that now. Go through the wine cellar. To do that. don't know if he hears the door, so I'm going to wait for him to leave so I can do that. We're going to have to leave through the coal chute again. Alright, let's wait. This is a little bit of a detour, but we have to do that, and I'll explain in a little bit. We're not going to return those items now, we're just going to get them. Oh, there was the human guard too there. Okay.
Is that thou?
Let's see. That's a tough place, this. We have to go back in here too, so... I want to wait for the Iron Beast to start going again. There. There. So now we can simply go in through here. I'll close all those doors just. There. Oh, massive slowdowns. Okay. Let's see. So I took those items now because in a little bit we're going to do an event that'll actually lock up all the windows and barricade all the doors. So that window would have closed and those items would have fallen down to the yard by the sealed house. And that we cannot have. So now I took them so that I can return them a little bit later. Now we have to go back through the basement and over to the elevator. Because that's now the only entrance or only way into the Count's apartments again. And then we can finally play out that last scenario there. Let's see, I want to wait for that. I don't know if he hears the door or these shoots, but I don't want to take the chance. Okay, let me just check.
Noise. I'm as sure of it.
So he hears it, then that robot probably hears that too. And luckily this guy doesn't alert still, so...
Thy days.
Everybody's coming through at the same time. They hear the slightest fall onto this gravel coal pile. Might have to wait here, actually. Can't hide here from the... Now we can conveniently wait in here. We're not going to close this door just yet. Okay. And now... I went to the wrong floor. So now this is back where it was supposed to be. Now, we're going to trigger the last event now. And what that will do, like I said, it will lock up all the windows and doors. The intended way for us to leave is to blow open the hallway wall on the first floor. And that's obviously property damage, but it also will require us to get into the Chief of the Palace Guard's office, and that we can't do for Ghost. I've already established that. The 2 guards out front will alert to us. So what we have to do, we have to block this window here with a potion. So that's the reason why I took the potion from the sealed house. We have to put it there. We have to make sure that it actually blocks the window. There. Yes, it will. It will block the window like this. It will still be locked so that we can close it afterwards and leave it locked the way it's supposed to be. We can't do that to this window that we're going into now, because Zontik put a barrier there where if you leave through that window you fail the mission. But he didn't do that for this window. So I guess that he anticipated you could block this window with your body, which you totally can. But I guess he didn't think about potions actually will do the same. Crates won't block windows. So that is not going to help us. Let's make a real save. Here.
Так, всем успокоиться. Его сиятельство под надежной защитой. Мы знали о покушении и предотвратили его. Ситуация полностью под контролем. 2 заговорщиков взяты на месте живыми. Одному удалось уйти.
А это тогда кто?
Это всего лишь подставное лицо. Герман, актеришка. Мы наняли его на эту ночь, чтобы отвести удар от его сиятельства и выйти на след заговорщиков. Сейчас все выходы из здания перекрываются, сбежавший внутри. Деваться ему некуда. Удвоить охрану, прочесать все помещения. Он не сможет уйти.
А с этим что делать?
Бросьте его в колодец. Он хорошо сыграл свою последнюю роль.
Okay.
Если они не схватят его немедленно, у меня есть все шансы опоздать в Цитадель.
So that completed this objective. And we were told that the Count's murder was anticipated, and this was a setup. So this wasn't actually the Count, it was a guy named Herman. They were going to throw him in the well. You can actually see that later, we'll see it. And there are 2 conspirators. One managed to escape, they said. So there's at least 1 on the loose still. We'll see if we can find some evidence of those a little bit later too. So now we're in a room and all the enemies have disappeared. Here's a ring worth 100, total 3530. And there's a couple apples over here. There's a healing potion here. Here is a note. War is over. So that's a message from those that attempted to try to kill them.
Были браслеты подчинения. Что это может означать?
Это означает, что вас всех следует отдать под трибунал. Почему вы не заметили этого раньше, когда они свободно разгуливали по дворцу?
Мы просто не смотрели.
Ладно, сейчас это уже не важно. Я думаю, они из той украденной партии. Нет никаких оснований подозревать саботаж.
Alright, so they had those bracelets on. They'd stolen those at a certain time. So in here, you have actually a slow fall potion. That's the one I talked about earlier that you can use to drop down the service shaft if you don't want to take damage. Okay. So that is that. Then we can actually go out through this door. So it takes us back into the other room. now you can see this door or this window is blocked. So that's great. Let's see. We're not going to worry about this right now. We're going to leave through that way later. But we're now going to start on returning some items. Actually, let's real save it. We're gonna have to wait for this guard to come back. Or actually, no. We can use the pump room, right? That's why I left it open after all. This is one of the last things we're going to reset when we come back. We have to come back through the basement. So now that all the exits have been sealed and the Count presumably is dead, there are a few enemies that have spawned and are actually running or searching around the premises.
Someone is there, then.
So, remember I said we had to leave the kitchen double doors open? There's an enemy that is now using that door and is making a loop around the first floor. There's a couple of other guards too that are walking around.
The settling did so unnatural, perhaps, that we feared of the fall.
We can actually use that.
And reach over and take flight.
Who's there?
So here's a guard that runs. Don't think anyone has multiple floors that they access. So the only way for us to get upstairs now is by the kitchen entrance. All the other ways out have been blocked. Because this isn't going outside the building like that coal chute did, so this is viable for us to use. So there you saw the running guard. That's the one that used the double doors. Oh, too quickly. If I hadn't left those doors open, most likely he would have been running into them, and when we opened them, he would have first alerted. I don't think that that is a good way to do it.
Help! Help!
Oh, wow. Should be able to go through these doors. Good. We'll close those when we come back. I want to make sure everything is safe here, yes. Remember, these doors were open when we came in, so we don't need to close those.
What's... Ah!
I'm not 100% sure on all the patrol routes here. So I'm a little bit hesitant saving in an inconvenient position. Okay, like that. Let's just wait for him. Here's a new guard, for example. Okay. So we are now going to utilize the door that we left open in the prompters box. It's a very, very efficient way to get in and out of that secret passage.
Who's there? Hello?
Should be a guard here. Should have spawned.
Must have been rats. What's that?
Well, there's a running guard at least.
Who's over there?
There he is. Okay. So that's a guard that does a loop in this general area. He goes around the theater and back and behind. So there are a couple of those guards that have spawned. They look like they're in hunt mode, but they're not. They're just scripted to have that type of patrol, but they still alert with first alerts and everything, have the normal tiers. So we have to wait for him to pass. We have to return the pump room key now, because that's right up here. There. You can't put it all the way in. Part of the key is going to stick out. There's nothing you can do about that. But that's good enough. And it's silent, usually at least. Let's head down here. And that is left open, so that's good for us. Okay, let me show you guys something right now. I think it's this way. Yes, it is. So this is the library side. We're not really going to go here, but now you can
Бедняги.
see...
Еще пара патриотов на службе у неблагодарного майора.
So here are two of the saboteurs. Both of them are wearing the bracelets, you can see. Something else that I've triggered here, right? No. And still can't open this gate. So again, if there's anybody that can tell me if you can open that gate, that would be great to know. We're not going to go that way. Leave that open too. And this we should have left open at the end here. Yes, we did. Good. I'm not going to return these items just yet. Make a real save here, because one guard should have spawned on the second floor as well, and that guard actually uses this door, which means that we can block it and not get a first alert from the guard behind.
Joran, that you?
And here he is. He's on his way right now. How incredibly convenient is that? Because he has a fairly long route, actually. That's good. That's one of the things I was worried about. There are some inconsistencies with the guards since they're running around and bumping into things, but this is pretty perfect. He should come through here. We can block the door from closing, and then we can sneak in here and actually get some pieces of loot that you couldn't get for Supreme otherwise.
Notice there's never any birds around anymore. Used to be birds, singing in the morning and wake you up, singing at night, looking for girl birds to meet up
fool
with.
him.
Just don't hear them no more. Kinda sad.
You can sneak around here. Not getting spotted there. Okay.
Can't believe he thought to charge so much for
Take
that.
her purse.
Does he think I'm a fool? Or I got this money by tossing it left and right to every scoundrel with his handouts?
Take a ring here.
Strange. What?
Oh.
Guards! What was that?
Okay, so she doesn't always hear the door.
Just because I've been here only a few months.
Is someone there?
There's also a plate there.
Simply not what they were, my father's say.
I don't know if we're safe here, actually.
If he had, there would have been floggings, I can tell you.
Whoa.
Can't believe he thought to charge so much for that. Does he think I'm a fool? Or I got this money by tossing it left and right to every scoundrel with his hand outstretched?
Okay, good. I think we can wait behind the door here. Need to get the ring in there as well. So the plate was worth 10, her purse 100. And then the ring 100 also. It's also, I think there's a water arrow actually underneath the tub here. It's difficult to see. There is a water arrow at least in there. So we can't go any further on the second floor. Whoa. We get blocked, and I'll show you the rest of this floor, but we can't go any further northwest here. So these 3 rooms at least will yield 210 more loot. That's great for Supreme. But that's the extent of it. Alright.
What's
Just
that?
see how far away
What's
he
there?
is.
What's that I see?
Someone there? Nothing here now.
Who's there? What was
Okay. He's on his way back. That's good. I can show you the rest of this floor because we can't get any further. This is the door to the elevator.
Thought I saw something.
There. So he prevents you from going past this doorway. There's just multiple lights. There's no way for Supreme you can get here. So here's a pool area. And in this pool there are 2 water arrows. And then in here there's some kind of a supply room or engine room, and there are 4 flares in this toolbox. And shower and whatnot.
Someone say something.
Coward! Face me like a man! Imagining things now.
Hello?
Okay.
Come on now. What was
So,
that?
one time, that guard that's searching now disappeared when I was following this this new guard here. I've only experienced that once. He did arrive. He came out of the royal apartments with 2 mechanists for some odd reason. So if anyone also that knows Dromed could check that guard if there's anything that is triggering him to leave his position there. Because if that's the case, then we could have used the secret way into the royal apartments and then left through the door, that way circumventing the guard that's close to the elevator, and then we could have gone in through these doors. Alright, let me just deal with this guy again.
Just because I've been here.
Something moved there.
We could have snuck out here
Make a noise now.
into the bar, and we could have snuck over here and gotten this bottle and this goblet. That's worth 50 and 25.
Nothing there.
Because this is an area I haven't shown you. There's also a
What
purse.
the devil?
I found him!
Robber!
Get him!
Thief! Go after him!
Stop him!
A purse on this guard worth 100.
Who's there? Hello?
Hey! Come on at
What's that I see?
And there's also a green vase there worth 50. So there's a total of 4 items on this floor that we have to skip for Supreme. You can get all of those for Ghost. You don't have to take any second alerts there. You have to go a little bit slow, but you don't have to douse any torches or anything like that. You can just sneak through the bar, get his purse, sneak out again, and go over here and get the vase and go back. I wouldn't go this way because of that stationary guard. I think he will see you in that opening. But if you come through the bar and go from the north, you can get that loot with only first alerts. So that's a total of 225, 4 pieces of loot more that we have to skip for Supreme. That's it up here.
What's that?
So you don't have to. Sometimes when you go that direction.
Just because I've been here only a few months, I think that I can just get away and push me around. I'll show them someday.
If you go fast, then he will see you. But you don't have to. So all we really have to do now is wait for that guard to come back so that we can close the door. Because that we need to do for Supreme. So I did wait and experiment quite a lot on this floor, trying to see if any guards opened other doors that made those extra pieces of loot accessible. But the only possibility would be for us to get through the royal apartments. And I was quite surprised to see that one guard gone and then appear. Maybe he got alerted from something I did on the lower floors. I was ghosting at the time, but I was experimenting a little bit as well. So I might have made noise just to try something out and then alerted him. But if anyone could check on that, that would be great. I also tried to see if there's any guards that use either of the doors for the art wing, specifically this door, because then we could have taken the rug in the storage room for Supreme. But I did not find any such case.
Broken. These fancy gadgets around here. I can't get a simple mug of coffee.
He should be coming right now. You can usually see his sword sticking through, so we can time him that way.
Cook said we might get stew today. With real cow. Hope they... Hello?
Okay, that was a little bit late. Then we can't really see him. Depends on how he's walking, I guess.
Someday I'm not gonna be a guard anymore. I'm gonna be a manor lord. And I'm gonna hire lots of guards.
That was too early.
Cook said you might get stew today.
I think it's true at all what they said.
With real cow.
There we go.
Was
Hope
true.
they save them.
No, I just believed him like a
The
taffy.
Baron gets to eat cow.
They're probably laughing at me now.
Okay.
Again.
I hate creepy noises.
I just want to make sure that I closed all the doors. Yeah, she opened this. Just want to make sure that she closes it. Yeah. So all of the doors should be closed and locked up if necessary. $37.40. That should be max for Supreme that I have been able to take. Oh, whoa, whoa. There's still one piece of loot that I haven't shown you that I will show you in not too long. Okay. Now... Now we're going to focus on returning Lady Fauls' items. So let's do that. I gotta get up to the railing again. Okay. It's as tough as before. Close. Can I do this? I don't think I can. No, I don't think I can jump properly. Alright. There we go. Now I got it. Not too difficult once you know how to do it, I guess. Now we of course have to make this rope again. It was way too far. Also too far. Maybe we should walk a little bit further ahead so we can look kind of straight up. So either I shoot it too short or way too far. I can't find the middle ground here. Oh, that was pretty good actually. There we go. Didn't take too long. Okay, so here you see it actually doesn't look like it's attached to the wood. It is registered as that, but because the wall isn't wood. But anyway. Okay. So now we have to first return the healing potion. I like to use this healing potion in this room instead of the one from the hospital, for example, because this one you can replace back exactly the way it was. The hospital one is inside of a cubby in the bookshelf. Let's see, add a key. Good. The add a key was inside the letter, but you can't really put it back properly. Oh. I guess that's good enough. It's the closest possible location. So, that's totally fine. that door is remaining closed. Okay. Then we can leave. Now we got to make sure that we close the trap door too. Now, if anyone is wondering, well, isn't this a Buster Supreme to open this trapdoor because it's a trap? No, it's not. You're not triggering a trap. That rule is meant to be if you set off a trap, almost unintentionally or can't avoid doing it. Here, this is just a lever that opens a panel in the floor. If this is a bust, then any floor panel that you open with a switch or a lever, because somebody could potentially stand on top of it and fall down and lose health, then that would be a bust. That's not what this is. We're not triggering a trap. We are deliberately opening something, a panel, in order to proceed. But yes, we will have to close that panel. There we go. Oh, that's loud, but I think we're good. So let's go up to the second floor.
Around outside, the grass and the trees.
We set the trap.
Better. They got real good boots and nice.
There. I just want to make sure. Did I close that? Yes, I heard that guard so clearly that I thought I hadn't closed it for some reason. Now we got to reset this one. This has got to go up to 2. And now that has been closed. We left the ring there. That gate was closed. Now we got to leave through here now, but we got to also close it. Like that. Then we're good to proceed. And we have to also close this, right? Because we're not going to head back there. Okay. Let's see. What do we have left? Yeah, Valet's keys we have to return. That is objective. Can't drop that. Objective. Yeah, these we started with. Okay. So, yeah, we have to return the Valet's keys, and then there's a couple of more things we got to close up.
Over there.
Oh, he's coming in through here. Yeah, he is. Okay. Don't think there's any other way of getting to that area. No, there's not. Okay. Let's just wait for him then. Actually, let me do something else right now. Let me show you the intended way.
Thought I saw something.
To leave, of course, is through here. So I'm gonna load up the save game and show you the intended way to actually exit the mission. And that is this save here. So now we're back to, yeah, right outside the palace guards. Now, in this case, I've taken a gas arrow.
Who's there? I think I saw something.
So I think we can
Okay.
actually knock out both of them with a gas arrow. then I'm going to show you here. We've read all this. I'm going to show you what happens when you actually punch in the code. So remember I said the code was randomly produced? Well, here is now a readable. I don't think we read that before, did we? Do not enter the code until we grab the last conspirator. Remember that we do not know exactly where he is, as he wears a bracelet. You could expose his excellency to danger, chief of the palace guard. So that is not a readable that has been there before.
Кажется, у меня нет выбора.
Seems I have no choice. This is a warning scroll. So that's somebody that came through and saw the bodies. So I have written down the code 4246 on the map. So that's the code in this playthrough.
Какой идиот включил активатор?
So now it seems like we killed both the saboteur and the count itself. Now after you do that, if you go back down here and look in the prison.
Бедняги. Еще пара патриотов на службе у неблагодарного майора.
One of the two that we just saw earlier is gone. So one of them have either been moved or supposedly weren't dead at all. So that's interesting. Well, let's see. See if we can go to the area where that explosion was.
Odd noise!
I can save it because I real saved it earlier.
Drinking, taking a break.
So if you want to do this for Ghost, of course it's a bust to not only blow open the wall, although that maybe can be argued as scripted, but you're still setting off the activator. That's worth triggering that, but you have to get rid of those guards, so no matter what. So in order to do this, you have to go to this hallway here. This is where it's happened. And I can't remember, is this guard here still outside the kitchen?
That can't be me.
Yeah, he is. So to do this for Ghost, you have to go through the secret passage. Through the gallery that way.
Watched a few days ago. Thought I saw something.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So I don't have any way to get rid of him. Now here, an extra piece of loot is accessible because this is broken. So that is a relic of some kind.
Heads are gonna roll now.
Worth 100. But here, you can now leave.
Damn you! Everyone, this way.
So that's how you actually get out of the building. The intended way. Because all the doors and the windows are sealed. So that relic there, we can't take unless we actually set off the activator, which we can't do for Ghost or Supreme. So that 100 also have to be skipped for both modes. Okay, let's go back to our save. Okay, so I didn't know he came down here.
Who's there?
We gotta wait in here then until he passes. he is slow and he has a fairly long route, so we caught him at a very inconvenient time, but hey.
Notice there's never any birds around anymore. Used to be birds, singing in the morning and wake you up, singing at night looking for girl birds to meet up with.
He goes that way, that's good.
Don't hear them no more.
Wonder what that...
So wait for him to pass then. So we're gonna return the valet's keys right now. We don't need those anymore. He goes through there. Okay. He might be coming out of this door too, actually. There we go. Gotta use that. Gotta use the secret here to... Two of them. Okay.
Hold it.
Oh, is it the same guy? Here we are. Say goodbye to the valet's keys. They have been very useful. Here. Yeah, these two guys are patrolling together. So now we got to go back through the kitchen and through the basement in order to leave. See this guy coming, so I don't want to be in his way. Another guy? No.
Notice there's never any birds around anymore.
Make another real save just in case.
What was that?
Pretty bad timing with him. We have to wait for him to actually go back to that place. It's been a long mission. One of the longest recent times, at least. There. We're going to raise this elevator because it was up there. Good. We can now follow that robot. That's a little bit more convenient than going against him.
If someone is there, then show thyself.
He should just pass the door. He might open it actually, but he will not come in. It's quite a talent he's got. Just going straight through the door. I think that's an engine exploit, buddy. Oh. Just gonna see.
What noise?
Nope, maximum bad timing. I don't think there's any way.
What noise?
Nope. To utilize the pool room doorway again. So, this actually makes me think of something. Some people have complained on Thief for being very illogical. Like if you stand in the middle of a dark doorway like this, of course somebody would be able to see you because you are creating a dark silhouette blocking the light. I don't like that argument. I never have, because you are not attributing any kind of special ability to Garrett. He has the ability to use the shadow differently from other people. That's sort of his superpower, if you want to call it that. You know, Garrett isn't normal. He has an extreme talent or ability. So it's almost like he doesn't have a silhouette. And therefore people won't see the way that he breaks lights, other than differently from other people. Now we have to close the front room door. It's all shut. This is all shut. And now we can take this back up to the second floor, which is where it was originally. Nice. So these were open when we came. Now I guess I haven't shown you here.
Strange noises.
You've got a guard here. And I also didn't show you the door here. Takes you out to the same hallway, right? And there was a conversation we overheard, and that was between the chief of the palace guard, the guy in red with the yellow helmet, and the other guard out here, and they started patrolling around the manor. We saw them a little bit ago. Okay, so now grab our healing potion, and then we can sneak out here. And go up here. Now, we have to now get to the roof of the sealed wing again. So to do that, we have to mantle up here. That's possible, to mantle up here. However, we also have to close the window. And that is quite a feat to be able to do. I just want to first check. Yeah, these are all locked when we close it. So this is difficult. This is going to take some trying here, because I have to jump and then grab the window at the same time. Like that, but I have to actually close it. Oh, wrong button. Okay, well that didn't take too many tries. Good. So obviously that's completely illogical from every standpoint, but we can do that. Okay, now up here on this level, I don't think we've been before. So this doesn't take you really that far. It's a smaller ledge. It's not the smaller ledge on the second floor, but it's bigger than the one we were at. So this just takes you around here. And I don't think you can get any further than this. You can sort of run here a little bit. But that's about it. So we have to now run across to that roof, and that is actually one of the more difficult moves to do. Let's see if I can. Okay, nice. It's not always you can do a double mantle like that, but I was able to there. Excellent. So both of these moves I was able to coincidentally do on the first try in my recording. Back and forth. So now you see that window is closed. That's also locked. We have to now make the same mantle so we can go in and return the healing potion. thought that one was good. But... nice. Close the secret, right? Yeah. So this is where it was. Now we can't lay it down exactly the way it was. At least I haven't found a way to do that. That's pretty close, actually. Yeah. If you go any further over, you put it on the table, and we don't want that. That's good. Probably over 5 hours of video this. Oh. There we go. Now we can drop down on the fence, but let's actually drop down on the inside this time. So I want to show you a few more things. First of all, in the well, we can see Herman that they tossed down there. And also, the fence has now been pushed over because they needed a way to get in here to toss him in the well, and that is actually a way to get to the sealed house. So if you haven't found the key to the Citadel, and that's a mandatory objective, then you can still get here because now all the windows and doors are sealed so that somebody won't get locked out of the mission. You can just mantle this fence and easily get over here. And that makes sense story-wise because they were here to throw him in the well. Alright, one last check of the objectives. Not objectives, but items. Objects. Now we can leave. Close this. There we are. What an amazing mission this is. Oh man. And that was, as far as I can tell, a successful Supreme Ghost of Patriot Mission 9 Enemy. This is my favorite mission in the campaign. I have played the secret mission also, Reanimator, which is a very good one, but it doesn't reach the heights of this. Okay, let's go over a few things. 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 48 seconds. That's a long actual play time. 3740 out of 4500. That means we skipped 760 worth of loot. Right? Yes, it does. We skipped 45 loot in the barracks bedrooms, because we can't get past the 2 guards outside of the chief of the palace guards. And we also skipped 100 in the safe in the palace guards quarters. That is a piece of loot that I see maybe as a possibility of getting if you can, for some reason or somehow, open the gate from the prison into that office. Then you can get that loot. But I don't know if there's a way to do that. We also skipped 90 in the art gallery. There is a way to get that if you, for some reason, can find a way to open the door without alerting the nearby guard, if there is another enemy that uses it. We also skipped 200 from the painting in the art gallery. That is impossible to take for any ghost mode, not just Supreme. We also skipped a gold goblet, a bottle of wine, a purse, and a green vase in the foyer and bar area on the 2nd floor. There's no way to get to that area without taking at least first alerts. So that is a total of 225 more, which should amount to 760. Oh, we also skipped 100. There's a relic in the glass pedestal, the glass case in the northwest gallery on the first floor, that you can only take if you break the glass when setting off the activator. So that amounts to 740. We picked 2 out of 10 pockets. I think those were 2 purses. And we picked 1 lock, a single lock, but that was a door that we relocked with the valet's keys later. No backstabs or knockouts, no damage dealt taken or healing taken, innocents killed and others killed 1. I think that 1 is carried over from the last mission. Or maybe this is the count that dies, I'm not sure. We certainly didn't kill anybody. Well, the count didn't die in our playthrough, because we didn't set off the activator. So maybe it's Herman that died? We certainly didn't do this. Secrets found 14 out of 16. We should have gotten 15 out of 16, I thought. I thought that 15 was possible for Supreme. Let me check that real quick. Because we can't twist the chandelier in the art room. Alright. I'm not sure why. Maybe there was one I just didn't check off then for some reason. But you can get 15 out of 16 for Supreme. Anyway. Time so far, 13 hours, 20 minutes, 9 seconds. We got 15,589 loot, and we've killed at least 28. Alright. I absolutely love this mission. It's so complex, but it's got such a wonderful story. I again want to shout out to Zontik for the cutscene in the sealed house, the one with the still images and the music. Tells a fantastic backstory of the Count and his family and the gruesome brutality of that. You also have the sort of secret storyline of Lady Fauls that goes all the way back to mission 3. Love stuff like that. Things that you might never even find any of this. But if you do a little bit extra digging, you can discover layers of the story that really makes everything, the world, come alive. So this is a masterpiece in my mind. 10 out of 10. Absolutely in my top, probably in my top 10 missions of all time. And this campaign really is standing out as one of my favorites of all time, if not, you know, the favorite for Thief 2 at least. So we'll see missions 9.5, I guess we can call the next one, and mission 10, Patriot, and see how they are. The next video is going to be Jaws of Darkness, mission 8 of the Black Parade. Another great mission, so I hope you're looking forward to that. Hopefully I'll see you then, and thank you to everyone in chat. Thank you to all of you that subscribe and leave comments. Keep it coming, and I'll see you when I see you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.